Come into his presence with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and bless his name, for the Lord is good, and his love and devotion endures forever. His faithfulness continues to all generations. For joy, all the earth, serve the Lord with gladness. Come before him singing with a grateful heart. Know that he made us, we are his own. Enter his gates with thanks, walk in with praise. Enter his courts with joy, call on his name. Shout for joy, shout for joy. The Lord is good, his love endures. Shout for joy, shout for joy. His faithfulness through every door. And keeps us. We are the sheep in the field of his care. Give thanks to him, bless his holy name. Enter his gates with thanks, walk in with praise. Enter his courts with joy, call on his name. Shout for joy, shout for joy. We are his own
Peace. We are back. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title, you know what we're about to do. This is going to be a special, this is not going to be a normal occurrence, y'all. Don't worry, have no fear. I wanted to get on this morning because today is closing arguments for the Carmelo Anthony trial. I thought it was going to be fast. I had no idea it was going to be this fast. So I wanted to go over today and just kind of go over some of the high points of what happened this weekend, what happened yesterday. We got tons of news outlets that have been reporting on this. And I just want to give us an idea of, what to kind of expect, if you will, kind of bring you up to speed when I don't even know. I'm not going to even pretend like I know when the jury's going to come back, right? They might come back before dinner tonight. I don't know. They might come back tomorrow. They might come back Thursday. But what I do want to do is just make sure that we're kind of aware, like what to kind of expect. This is a lot going on here and the such like that. So thank you to everybody who's tapped in. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for hitting the like button. We are going to pray because I do think that, as I've said before, something's wrong about this trial. This whole story is just wrong to Jason. It doesn't seem right. And I don't think that many people are thinking about it from that standpoint that, look at how people are behaving. We're going to look at how some people are behaving. And I think you'll agree with me, even if you disagree with me in theory. I think most of you will agree, like, yeah, some of this behavior is out of pocket. Some of it's out of pocket. So this is not going to be a regular occurrence unless y'all want it to be. But I just want to jump on this morning. I got a lot to do, a lot of videos, a lot of clips, a lot of articles to talk about. So we're going to be in for a while. So grab your coffee, grab your bagel, don't put anything bagel seasoning on it though. That's an abomination. But besides that, get your bagel, all that kind of good stuff. Let's pray. Let's get jumping into it. Father, I thank you that we have an opportunity today to gather using this wonderful means of technology that you've made available to us. I pray, God, as we're watching and we're listening and we're taking in and synthesizing what's being said, I pray, God, that we'll use the filter of your word to guide and direct our emotions and our feelings and our thoughts pertaining to this trial, to brothers and sisters who disagree with us, to those on the other side of the aisle that are not in Christ, that we will extend to them the grace that we would need if we were on that situation. I thank you, God, for what you're doing in the Metcalf family. I do pray for their solace, and I pray that they will find rest and peace in Christ. I also pray for the Anthony family, that, Father God, that they will come to Christ as well, and that they will find the joy and the forgiveness and the redemption that is only found in our Savior. I do ask that, God, you'll protect everyone involved, every media person, citizen journalist, every protester, every juror, every deputy, the judge, the attorneys, everybody involved in this. God, I pray for peace. There will be no riots, no exuberant, spirited, mostly peaceful protests, none of that, God. But I just pray that, God, whatever the verdict is, that people accept the verdict and move on. We thank you for that in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Shout out to the people that don't like me. I just got to get this off my chest. Shout out to the people that be watching my channel that hate me. I appreciate you for hating. Thank you so much. I had to get that off my chest. Sorry about that. I'm still a little petty. Shout out to you. I see you, D. I see you. Let's get at it, ladies and gentlemen. So needless to say, if you've been following the trial, we're coming up to closing arguments are today. I'm still kind of taken aback that this trial has been all of like 5 days, technically 5 days. You had 2 days of jury selection. They didn't have trial on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I can't. Wait. No, they had jury selection on Monday and seated the jury. There was one day that didn't work, right? But again, we're talking 4, maybe 5 days tops. And hey, that's efficient, man. Shout out to them. And, I feel bad for the community, McKinney, Texas, because this is not even where the murder happened. Murder happened in Frisco, if I understand it correctly. But, McKinney is taking the lead on this and holding it down. Shout out to them. So what I want to do very quickly is we got a lot of people. So if you look in the description, there's a lot of content creators in here. Shout out to each and every one of them. I'm trying to give them all their proper shine because they did a great job of discussing this. So we're going to start out with Devori Darkins. I've never talked about Devori Darkins. I've heard he's an excellent content creator and he had a wonderful perspective on this. So I want to bring him in. Shout out. All their links are down in the description. If the moderators want to drop it in there, they're welcome to do so as well. Yeah, no, this is a very interesting point. Let me bring this in. Shout out. I was not planning on stopping right here, but I appreciate this comment. But they've already rested, though. They gave it up. And we're going to talk about what the defense actually presented as well. And this is, and let me bring this last part in. This is exactly why I said I wanted the trial to be streamed, because there's so many news outlets that are just kind of like feverishly writing notes and then coming out of the courtroom, texting, tweeting, uploading to blogs and such like that. There's just too many. It's a version of Chinese telephone that I just don't think we need. If we really wanted this, I do think it should have been streamed. Everybody should be able to hear it at the same time, because like also something to think about is I am not a legal expert at all. I'm not a lawyer. I've never been a lawyer. I joke saying I'm a pre-K law student. That basically means I just watch a lot of Law and Order, right? But there are legal words and legal sensitivities that I am not akin to. So I might have seen something that was very important to a lawyer, that was very important to a legal expert, but I might have just skipped over it. I'm like, okay, whatever. But then I tell y'all what I saw, but y'all missed that very key element that the legal expert would have seen, the legal expert would have heard. So that's why, again, I just want to say it again. I really think that this should have been streamed just so everybody could, everybody's getting it at the same time. And then we wouldn't have had so many men and women out on the street updates, because nobody would have been out there, because we'd have been streaming, we'd have been watching the streams versus citizen journalists out there becoming a part of the story, which I don't think is good either. So I just want to get that out there. Let's bring DeVory in. Shout out to Brother Darkins. What you got to say, D? What you got to say? Green Arts in chat when you can hear.
All right, so we have a major update regarding the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. The defense has rested their case, and one of their defense witnesses absolutely blew up their defense, in my opinion. Also, the president's going to be attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals. So why are Democrats crying about it exactly? Well, I'm going to show you. And finally, bad news for Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayoral race. Let's start here.
Okay, here's the update from Texas. We are just getting word that the defense has rested in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. So that means the closing arguments, they sent everyone home for today. The closing arguments will start tomorrow, and then this case will head to the jury. Very quick, actually, this whole process. But tomorrow will be closing arguments. That's what the pause was about that Brooke just reported on, and that's the update.
All right, so number one in this latest update, it sounds like the verdict could come tomorrow if things move pretty quickly. Secondly, the internet is now claiming that Carmelo Anthony's parents set him up for failure. They should have taken a plea deal, because the defense pretty much had no defense, according to the witness statements, according to their line of questioning and cross-examination. Some people in the courtroom are reporting that they actually did not do a good job here.
I just want to stop right here. To me, stop making excuses. Carmelo Anthony killed that boy. Just accept that and move on. Stop it. Don't blame the mom and dad for that, at least. Don't blame mom and dad for that. Mom and dad set them up. Come on now. Come on. Whether or not you think that they did the right thing by parenting their child, I don't think anybody in their right mind would honestly believe that a parent would set their child up to take a fall. I mean, to go to jail for probably his whole life. Think about what you just said. That's just dumb. I don't think the Anthony family did everything right by any means or measures, but I definitely unequivocally will not give them that body. They're not going to get those papers from me. I'm not going to do that. That's just dumb. But see, the problem is we don't want to just admit the fact the boy killed him. That's it. That's it. They had nothing to do with them going, them being a good family, them being a 2-parent home. The dad was in the house. It don't matter about him being his grade point average. He made the wrong decision in the heat of the moment and did something that has now irreparably changed his life. That's it. That ain't got nothing to do with anything else. Now, if he had a long track record of doing this, maybe we could have a conversation. But at the current moment, I don't see anything that says that he was doing this. He was running around town, deleting people all the time. I don't see that. And just say that his mom and dad set him up. These people, y'all need to be embarrassed for you. You need to be embarrassed.
Some people in the courtroom are reporting that they actually did not do a good job here. And again, you still have people who disagree with all that and claim this is racism. There's no black jurors. And these people forget that black people were actually a part of the original group of people who were summoned to be jurors. And they got themselves out because they admitted out loud that they couldn't be impartial in these proceedings. So
I don't know. Again, this is all, I don't know where we're going to hear this and get confirmation from people and say, yeah, I said I could not be impartial. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I probably wouldn't want to be on this jury because I'm thinking, y'all heard me. I thought it was going to be for, several weeks. I would not want to do that. I just wouldn't want to do it. I'm going to be honest with you. I would not have wanted to do that. I'm not going to just put that on these people that, oh, only the black people would not have wanted to do that. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to come up with some more evidence to that. It just sounds like an urban legend to me now. It sounds like an urban legend. Ooh, nobody wanted to throw the black boy in jail. That's why there were no black people on it. That's giving urban legend vibe to me.
I guess you'll have to take that for whatever it is. But the real story today and why you guys should want to continue to watch this is the witness statements. I mean, it literally pokes a hole in the entire defense because it's their own witness that did it to them. Take a listen to this.
Today, the defense called a school police officer to the stand who testified that knives under 5 inches are legal to carry in Texas. But the defense asked it would surprise you if schools had policies against such things. The officer said, no, it would not. And one of the defense's own witnesses during cross-examination said, quote, I think Carmelo was in the wrong. Prosecutors asked, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? He answered yes. And on the prosecution side, jurors heard from student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, saying he refused to leave their team's tent after Metcalf repeatedly asked him. A 16-year-old witness testified that, quote, Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens, while Metcalf told him, quote, I am not going to fight you.
Now, again, these are the witness testimonies, so not my opinion.
These are the defense witness testimonies. Wow. Hold on. You know what? We got to do it, y'all. We got to roll this back a little bit. This is the defense witness testimonies. Wow.
That, quote, Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens, while Metcalf told him, quote, I am not going to fight you.
At what point, if you felt like your life was being threatened, you were being jumped by 4 grass-fed white boys, corn-fed white boys, you gonna tell them in their face, F y'all, I'm not going to leave? You gonna tell them you're getting jumped by four boys, touch me and see what happens? And the white boy is saying, I'm not going to fight you. Okay. All right. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Perfect sense. That's what I would love to. And hear me. I know people are about to talk about the minors. Hear me. I on the side of caution, I'm okay with the fact that we did not get the trial streamed because I don't want minors involved in that at all, in the chicanery and the foolishness. I agree with you 100%. All I was saying was, I think so that we would not have to worry about kind of like the he say, she say, this is what I heard say. That's why I was saying that. But I do understand there are minors involved. And even though I do think there's ways that they could protect minors, I agree with you 1,000%. So no argument for me. Let's go.
Now, again, these are the witness testimonies. So not my opinion. This is what the witnesses are saying. And this is a witness called by the defense. So it's their witness. And he goes up there and he essentially says, Austin Metcalf said, I'm not going to fight you. And Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Now, who sounds like the aggressor to you? Okay. Listen, I've been in fights. I've been beaten up as well before when I was in school. Most people at a minimum, at best, are expecting a fist fight. Okay. Nobody's expecting someone to pull out a gun or pull out a knife and stab someone. I mean, that's not what people expect. But Carmelo Anthony, for whatever reason, we're not in his mind. We don't know why he did what he did. All right. So I guess if you're a Carmelo Anthony supporter, you definitely disagree with me. especially people who are saying things like this. Watch.
He was not an aggressor. Carmelo was not an aggressor.
I need somebody to find this woman. I need to know where she is today in the year of our Lord 2026, June 9th. Where is this woman right here in this hot pink cardigan with her head wrap? I want to know where she is now that the information has come out that Carmelo was indeed the aggressor, was indeed not just some little Johnny come lately sitting there, little schoolboy sitting on with his fingers twiddling his thumbs. I want to know where this woman is today. Find her.
Minding his damn business.
Mind his business. All right, there they go. Y'all know how I feel about declaring and decreeing. I want to know where the declaring and decreeing gonna be. Where y'all gonna be? Y'all, come on.
They silence Carmelo and his family.
We declare, we decree, Carmelo Anthony will walk free.
So according to the supporter, he was minding his own business in a tent he had no business being in.
Facts.
Was asked 15 times to leave, then got aggressive himself. Yeah, it doesn't sound like someone who's minding their own business. If I was minding my own business, I wouldn't even been at that tent. I probably wouldn't even been at the event, or I would have been in the stand somewhere. I don't know. But you know, the problem with this story is we can't even have an honest conversation. We can't even agree to disagree, right? There are people who have seen some of my commentary on this and they've lost their mind. They can't even agree to disagree. They think I'm a scum of the earth because of my perception about this particular case, which I don't believe is racial. I believe this is self-defense 101. Either the defense is going to be able to prove that or they're not. I think it's that simple. And if no black people are on that jury because they couldn't be on the jury because they admitted they weren't going to be able to be impartial, that's not my problem. That's their problem. All right, one more clip for you.
I do want to stop there because that's the problem, is that this is not we've made it a race issue. And I say we, the royal we, just the general people in our sinful state, we've made it a race issue when it really isn't a race issue. It really is as simple as Brother Darkin said right here, a self-defense 101 issue. And that's it. It doesn't, I mean, if we just put it on paper, removed any ethnicities or any identifiers, we would all come to the same conclusion. Student A stabbed student B. This is what happened. We would all come to the exact same conclusion. Student A is guilty. But since we want to add color to it, pun intended, when we add color to it, we think that that makes something different. It doesn't change the law. All right. Let's see. Finish up with this, Darkin.
We even have saw the white nationalist Jake Lane come out here and say insinuatory threats to the life of Carmelo Anthony, to hang from a tree, and even to allude that Carmelo Anthony should be shot in the head. Our organization asked that the Collin County District Attorney's Office, as well as the Sheriff Department and the McKinney Police Department, open up a criminal investigation to those terroristic threats. There is no place for racism, bigotry, and white supremacy ideology in public.
So this local activist is calling for Jake Lang to be arrested and criminally prosecuted. What the basis of that is, I have no idea. I wasn't able to identify that in his statement.
I heard
so
this
that's number
comment.
one. Number two.
Let me say, I've heard the comment, and I believe in the context. I'm not going to play it. I saw what he was talking about, and the guy did, in fact, say something to that flavor. But it was in the exact same diatribe where there was a heavyset black man saying the only good C word is a deceased C word. I know y'all have heard that one. It was in that same diatribe. So the same thing could be said about both of them. If Jake Lane needs to go, then that black man needs to go as well. But that, to me, that to the point that Amy had right here, Amy said right here, I'm highly concerned about the back and forth going on outside the courthouse. If the law doesn't get a hold on it, and the streamers reporting from both sides on the law is going to get out of hand. And that I agree with you 100%. The problem is that They're not under control. They're not in control. And they're completely out of control. And therein is the rub. But you know what? We are in control, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we have a guest today. We have did it wrong. We have a guest today. We got the good Bishop Reverend Kevin Briggins in the house. What's going on, Kev?
Not much, man. What's good?
Good, man. Don't be using that quiet storm voice on us, man. It's too early in the morning.
Hey, that's why it's the quiet storm voice. It's early in the morning, you know.
Wait, who's the idiot? Who's the idiot? You idiot. Somebody called somebody an idiot. Oh, Lord. It's too early in the morning, man, on the Lord's day, man, to be an idiot. Come on. It's too early for that. Shout out to Kevin Briggins, man. How are you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Excited to talk about this case, man. It's a lot to talk about.
Absolutely.
People are all over the place. And one thing I've noticed is that people tend to just go off alternative facts.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
like my girl that said he was not the aggressor.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not what any testimony says. But people are saying these things because that's what they've been told on social media for the last year.
Facts.
You know?
Absolutely.
So
now, do you agree with me that I would love to meet that young lady now? I would love to hear what she's saying today. I don't know if you saw that. Did you see the clip of the lady saying he was not the aggressor?
I did not.
Okay, let me pull it in real quick, just so we have context. Hold on, right there. All right, let me back up a little bit. Let me pull it just so you can hear it again and get your thoughts. Let's go. All right, Brother Darkins, what you got?
I guess if you're a Carmelo Anthony supporter, you definitely disagree with me, especially people who are saying things like this. Watch.
He was not an aggressor. Carmelo was not an aggressor. He was minding his damn business when the boys came up to him.
We need to clap. We need to agree. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We need to clap.
They silenced Carmelo and his
Carmelo
family.
Anthony will walk free. We need to clap. We need to agree. Carmelo Anthony will walk free.
So according to the
So Kev, what do you declare? What do you decree?
that she believes that with all of her heart.
You know, and you know how you know she believed it? Kev,
Clapping. Yeah, absolutely.
When you institute clapping, that means business now. That's akin to mama turn around in church looking, give you that eye when you in the back of church playing. That's that's what it means. Okay. Go ahead. Tell me what you declare or decree, man. Tell me what you declare or decree.
You know, too much of our conversations can be racial.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to talk about cultural. And
I
within
can
the Black
get
community, there's this cultural tendency to simply make up the narrative we want, believe it with all of our heart, and it just becomes the truth. And that's what this clearly is. That lady wasn't there. She hasn't heard any testimony that has really said that. All of these students have gotten on the stand and said Carmelo was the aggressor. You know,
Facts.
But in her mind, she believes the narrative in her heart because, as I told one person, the Black community in general tends to view things through a lens of continuous history and oppression.
Correct.
Right. And so what is happening to Carmelo, he's been lied on like Emmett Till was lied on. Right. It's just like we just conflate things. And so these people believe that this is a justice issue and we got to stand by Carmelo because he's being railroaded. But the reality is the evidence points to this dude brought a knife to a track meet for no reason. I ran track in high school. There's no reason to have a knife in your book bag. I've also spent a lot of time in the North Dallas area, Frisco, Plano, McKinney, Allen. Those are nice suburbs with very affluent people in schools. There is no threat of violence, right? And that's what some of the students even testified to. Like, it was like, we never thought that he would have anything. Like, no one was expecting violence because violence doesn't happen in these areas, you know? But for some reason, he felt the need to not only have a knife, but when you put one hand in the bag, and they said this wasn't a switchblade, so it wasn't like he could have just hit the button and made the blade pop out.
It was open.
The blade was already open.
Correct.
Right. And so it's a folding knife that he already has open. He puts his hand in the bag and says, touch me and see what happens. You can't claim self-defense or you were scared because they're asking you to leave. And you're saying, make me. That's not a scared person.
Let me also bring this and I want to say, these are the comments that people said. Witness says Anthony's repeatedly said, F y'all, I'm not going to leave.
Yeah.
Self-defense is out the window, has left the tent. Witness says Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens. Self-defense out the tent. And then apparently the boy that was beating him up, the mob that was beating him up said, I'm not going to fight you.
Yeah.
Like at what point do we just admit like this young man made a terrible life-altering decision that he is going to pay the ramifications for for many years to come.
Yeah.
But I want to jump on this right here. Shout out to Mew2 Op with the 20. He says this: until our communities hold people accountable, we won't excel in anything. I'm gonna stop right there. He gonna get. I need to bring back the Hammond B3 up in here because he preaching right there. Hold on, get the Hammond B3 while I'm talking trash. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Man.
Oh, he preaching.
He was
preaching in that one sentence.
He is. Because it is. The word accountability is like
accountability
to it.
The same black kids we try to protect will unalive and rob you.
Yep.
And I was go ahead.
No, I was gonna say so I wrote an article yesterday on Substack.
Yeah, you be crushing it. Can you please put your Substack in the chat too, so people can check out your Substack? Yeah. I'll make sure I add it to the description as well.
Yeah, I do that. But the one thing I wanted to write about, because like I said, I've been in Frisco. The median household income in Frisco is over $150,000.
I need to move to Frisco.
This is an affluent area.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys practice facility and everything is up in Frisco.
It's right there.
Like, it's super nice. And what I wrote about was this appeal for even some black kids that grew up in two-parent homes, who grew up in suburban areas, this appeal to identify with street culture.
Correct.
Right? When you look at the images that Carmelo put online of himself, and you look at the way he's acting at this track meet, I recognize this because I grew up in the hood, right? And in the hood, that type of confrontation and rhetoric is normal, right? Mm-hmm. You learn to navigate it. You learn who is willing to take things to a level that you ain't willing to go.
Right.
Like you learn to navigate that culture because that's the culture you had to live and survive in. These suburban kids, they just listen to too much rap music, right? And they watch too many movies.
Right, for sure.
He's cosplaying. It's like, bro, you in Frisco. You have a large home with two parents. Why are you out here acting like you the dude? Like, don't test me. Don't push me. Like, that is street culture. That is not the culture he has been raised in or that he's operating in. That's why he stands out as his behavior just being so irrational, because no one's expecting that type of behavior and rhetoric. It's out the norm for that area. But that is the culture in which he's imitating. And unfortunately, he took it too far. Mm-hmm. You know, that whole I ain't gonna back down, you ain't gonna punk me. You can have that mindset, but in the hood, you know that mindset leads to consequences that you better be ready to handle. Whether it's throwing
you have to be ready.
You
have to be ready to take it to where the logical, or I call the illogical conclusion of your behavior. You have to be willing to take it there.
Yeah.
You won't be able to talk your way out of everything. Go ahead.
No, and he clearly wasn't, from a standpoint of he was talking noise, but he clearly didn't want to fight. He wanted to stab somebody.
Facts.
He was not saying, come get these hands. He put his hand in his bag and said, touch me, see what happens. And the minute they say Austin really didn't get a chance to like touch him for real, like the minute he went to like push his shoulder, he got stabbed.
Right.
And so it's like, you can't instigate that type of situation, but we got to talk about, man, these kids who aren't even growing up in these environments being sucked into this culture of street culture that they're not even growing up in, because it's projected to them in the music they listen to and the style and the way he dresses and the way he's wearing his hair. He's trying to be like a particular rapper. Like, man, you got to keep our kids. We just can't move them out of the hood. You got to keep them from hood culture.
Right.
And that's the lesson I want people to take away from here. Like, if you've made it out the hood and you live in the nice suburb area, don't let your kids act
like they live in the hood.
Like they live in the hood.
Right,
Yeah,
facts.
like he posting pictures with guns and his middle finger up, and like, what are you doing?
You know, another real example is here in Atlanta, T.I. His son,
Yes.
King Harris, is a terror, is a menace, because he believes he's hood. And we're like, and even his dad's like, bro, you weren't raised in this situation. And again, he gonna find out the hard way because he's just hard-headed. But yeah, let's keep this going, man. Thank you so much, Kevin. And thank you so much, everybody who's tapped in. Let's see what Davari, I think we're almost finished. Let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like someone who's minding their own business. If I was minding my own business, I wouldn't even been at that tent. I probably wouldn't even been at the event, or I would have been in the stand somewhere. I don't know. But you know, the problem with this story is we can't even have an honest conversation. We can't even agree to disagree, right? There are people who have seen some of my commentary on this and they've lost their mind. They can't even agree to disagree. They think I'm a scum of the earth because of my perception about this particular case, which I don't believe is racial. I believe this is self-defense 101. Either the defense is going to be able to prove that or they're not. I think it's that simple. And if no black people are on that jury because they couldn't be on the jury because they admitted they weren't going to be able to be impartial, that's not my problem. That's their problem. All right, one more clip for you.
We even have saw the white nationalist Jake Lane come out here and say insinuatory threats to the life of Carmelo Anthony, to hang from a tree, and even to allude that Carmelo Anthony should be shot in the head. Our organization asked that the Collin County District Attorney's Office, as well as the Sheriff Department and the McKinney Police Department, open up a criminal investigation to those terroristic threats. There is no place for racism, bigotry, and white supremacy ideology in public.
So this local activist is calling for Jake Lang to be arrested and criminally prosecuted.
All right. You want to add anything to that?
Yeah, man, these faux civil rights leaders, man, that's all they know. It's the same script with the same speech pattern, right? It's like everybody want to step up to the mic and be Dr. King. Like, everybody wants to be this civil rights activist. Like, man, this is a murder case. Focus on what's at hand.
I agree 100%.
Because there was a black dude out there saying that basically kill all crackers.
There you go. And that was the same exchange, I believe. Unless it was edited differently. Yeah. Lane said something, and that brother said the whole thing about the best C word is a deceased C word.
Yeah.
Then both of them need to go to jail if that be the case.
Exactly.
Otherwise they're just saying stuff. But this is what I was saying early on. I said, the problem is, since this trial, and I do understand why it wasn't streamed, but because this trial isn't streamed, people don't have anything to do.
Yeah.
So they're outside saying dumb stuff to each other, saying retarded stuff that they would never say under any other circumstances, because they don't have anything to do. They can't see the trial. They can't hear the arguments. They can't hear the witness testimonies or whatever to keep everybody. So they're just sitting out there. So outside becomes for lack of a better term, becomes the show. And I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff happen outside. If we had just been able to see inside, we'd have all been focused inside and actually listening to some real testimony, say, oh yeah, this is a wrap. And then little miss, he was not the aggressor. Could have heard it from 6-7 different witnesses that he was the aggressor. So I just think, but because they didn't have anything to do, that's why they're out here saying dumb stuff to each other. And again, I don't think anybody needs to go to jail for what they say, but it is what it is. All right, let's dance.
What the basis of that is, I have no idea. I wasn't able to identify that in his statement. So that's number one. Number two, he called Jake Lang a white nationalist. Even if Jake Lang is a white nationalist, he really has no impact or influence on this particular case. So why give him the time of day? Why give him the airtime? I have no idea why. If you feel the way that you do about him, why even talk about him? So there's that. And finally, if he wants Jake Lang to be prosecuted because of his threats, then the guy who was screaming a good cracker is a dead cracker should be prosecuted too, based on that same logic.
There we go.
Again, this is a waste of energy. They're wasting their time, but this is what some people want to do with their lives. Let's go to our next update. This is in regard.
All right. So that was the end of that. And I agree. Like, I don't see, and I said it, like, what's the purpose of standing outside protesting? We declare, we decree, argue on both sides. Nothing's going to change. Not one thing changed because you were outside getting hot, sweaty, cussing. And I said, personally, being out there is leading people into sin. Because the only reason I'm cussing Kevin out is because I'm there and Kevin said something I don't agree with. So now I done entered into sin because I got to cuss Kevin out. Well, if I stayed my little happy butt at home, minding my business, I wouldn't be in that situation.
Facts.
Like, what are y'all doing, man?
But let's be real. What kind of people actually go down to stuff like this?
That's a good question. That's a great question. Okay, we have a lot to get through, Kevin. You're welcome at any moment to say you got to tap out. This is Nick Sortor. Now it's 2:15 in the morning here outside the Collin County. These people are serious, bro. Courthouse where Carmelo Anthony's trial is being held. And sheriff's deputies have this place locked down, all caps. I spoke with a couple deputies and they assured me they are ready to combat any sort of rioting that follows the verdict. Collin County will not burn like Minneapolis. Closing arguments start in hours. Good night.
Good for them.
I agree. I mean, I hate that we have to have this kind of conversation and they need to defend against mostly peaceful protests. And you know what, Kevin? I want to have you come on. Maybe we'll do another show. Maybe we'll do one tomorrow. I want to talk about the case in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that if you have time. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow because I want to talk about maybe if they don't come up with a verdict. Let me say it like that. If there's no verdict tomorrow, maybe we'll do that tomorrow night. Maybe we'll tap in and get Kevin, take his beard bonnet off and hang out with us a little late. Kevin be go to bed at like 4:00 in the afternoon. Y'all don't know that about Kev.
Hey man, you get up early, man. You got to hit the gym early, so you go to bed early.
I got up early. I hit it this morning. I got up. Okay, but I do want to talk to you about that. So anyway, at any pace, I'm appreciative that they at least are. They said, look, we're not going to behave like this. We're not going to go down this rabbit hole. But this is my thing, though. I'm really, really conflicted. Why do we feel like tearing up things is an appropriate response for something that ultimately doesn't impact us, mind you? Carmelo Anthony's trial has no impact in my life. Am I okay in saying it doesn't have any impact in your life, Kev?
No, you're correct. It does not.
Now, I feel sorry to watch a young man who maybe had a lot of promise in his life completely throw it away because of bad impulse control. That's sad to watch. But guess what? That's the decision that he made. I don't lose sleep over that. I lose sleep over my 2, over my 3, and Kevin, I'm sure you lose sleep over your own. But I don't lose sleep over that don't have any impact on my life at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was going to bring up the point of, because you brought the South Carolina case, is that let's stop pretending that the makeup of the jury is an issue.
Facts.
Because in South Carolina, half the jury was black, and people were still upset with the verdict. So,
oh wait, and the attorney that defended the man was a top tier. The problem is y'all just don't want top tier attorneys because that dude. I heard him yesterday. I'm like, wow, he's except for his profanity. I was like, this dude is a solid lawyer. He said, oh no, I came in there to win.
Yeah,
and he won. We're going to talk about that tomorrow.
No, but yeah, but I think the biggest thing to take away from all of this is what a lady outside of the Carmelo trial said. Because someone asked her if the evidence comes out that Carmelo was the aggressor.
I got that clip. Yep, I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, they asked her, would you change your mind? And she basically said no. Then she said, they stick with theirs, we're gonna stick by ours. And I'm like, crazy that mindset is nuts.
Where is it? That's lunacy. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me find it real quick.
Yeah, but while you're finding it, I'll just keep talking. One of the issues is that too many Black people operate on these false concepts. Do you think that the Black community will accept that? She's operating from this false concept that some kind of way white people just stick together. And that's just not true. Like, most white people do not view themselves as part of a white group. They view themselves as them and theirs. They're people, they're very more individualistic than they are race-minded or
collectivist.
Collectivist-minded.
Right,
They're not collectivist-minded. Right?
No.
And so like we're collectivist-minded and we root for Black people because they're Black. And so we assume that other people do the same things because that's what we do.
Kev, I'm about to give you an air horn or something, bro. You cooking. You cooking this early in the morning, man. We're going to start calling you Chef Kev RD up in the building. No, you are 1,000% correct. And this is something I do want you to do. If you're a Black person, go get a white friend. Go get a white friend and sit down with him or her and have an honest conversation about their lives, their experiences. Don't tell them about yours. Don't sit there and let me tell you about I was born by the river in a little tent. Nobody gives a care. Ask the white person about their own lives. Listen to them and their own lives. You'll be surprised. They're not what you think they are. They don't do what the things that you think they are. But this is the other thing I think is adorable. And I want to shout out again, Op coming in here, blessing the stream again. I want to point out something. Black folk aren't unified like this. Like, we make it sound like Black folk move, like everybody moves to the left. It's kind of like watching everybody do the cha-cha slide at a wedding. No, everybody doing something. They always messing it up. Take a long time to get it together. Or what is it? Swag surf. It's a wrap. You're never gonna get everybody to do it correctly, right? So like, let's stop pretending like all Black people move the same way. They don't. Stop it.
And let's be real, because I've made this point before. Like, Black people aren't collectivists in the way we live our lives. We're very individualistic. It's all about me. It's all about me until it becomes political, and then we become very collective.
Then because we, right?
Yeah,
it's all about me until it becomes all about we.
Yeah,
and yeah, I agree. Shout out to Op again. Says this: glad I stumbled on this channel to hear other brothers speak with logic. That must be because I got you on here, Kevin, and a factual stance. Not based on color, but the fact the child is buried. Absolutely. Shout out. Thank you so much. And then also thank you so much to Willie Doc, my brother from another blessings, Kevin and Jay Witt. Surprised how swift this trial. Look, your boy was thinking it was going to at least be 2 weeks. They said, hold my latte. And they were finished on yesterday. They're going to be finished today. That's crazy.
It's just not a lot of nuance. It's pretty cut and dry. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, none of the pro Carmelo narratives panned out. Plea deal is his best hope. I don't know if he can anymore. I don't think he can.
No, that ship's gone.
That ship sailed. He should have pled before this thing. And actually, I have a video explaining what happened with the plea deal. But before we get too far, I want to bring this in because Kevin was bringing it up. This is Savannah Speaks, and she's speaking with a young lady at the outside the courthouse, and he asked, "Would you accept the verdict if it was not in your favor?"
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless.
Who is the we that she's talking about? Kev? You see, that's... And I asked the audience, what is that bottle that she has right there? Is that some Listerine? What is that little bottle right there, Kev?
Nah, it's a bottle of wine.
We doing day drinking at the courthouse?
Hey, she was lit.
We day drinking at the courthouse? Shout out to Quick Trip. Are we day drinking at the courthouse?
You gotta stay hydrated, man.
You gotta stay hydrated. It's crazy, Kev. Kev, that is the craziest thing. Oh my gosh. No, she said we're gonna stay. What does this mean? We are gonna stick by our own. What does that mean? So we'll stick with criminals. I have a video clip later on. Like, why do we always side with criminals, but we don't side with those people that are doing the right thing? Oh, hold on. I got to get a rant out. I got to get this rant out. Go ahead and add this, clip this. Why is it that, and I called you this morning, Kevin. I think you sent me the voicemail. So, shout out to that. But why is it when something happens positive in the Black community, we don't get riots and protests and anything of that nature, kumbayas about positive things? But as soon as something negative happens, we come out here in droves with our day drinking and our sweater vests on in the hot Frisco, Texas sun. But we can't get together and support things that are positive, but we will lose our absolute mind about things that are negative. Why is that?
You want me to answer?
Do you have an answer?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we only care what our white liberal and Democrat overlords tell us to care about and be upset about. Because think about this. Think about this. We will uninvite Clarence Thomas and Ben Carson from the cookout.
Facts.
Because they're conservative.
Got you.
Your Blackness is only in question based on how you vote. Not any value you bring to the community, simply based on how you vote.
Ouch.
You can be sexy red. You can be one of these rappers rapping about killing other Black people, and the community will never disavow you. They will never uninvite you from the cookout, because what gets you invited from the cookout is not aligning politically in how they tell you to. And so we only get upset and we only get riled up when those overlords push the button and tell us to, right? That's it. That is it. And it's like clockwork. The minute a brother like that activist lawyer that got up there, the minute he gets in front of a mic and starts doing his little speech pattern, his rhetoric, and talking like a civil rights activist, boom, all of a sudden, here we go. That's
a good catch.
Yeah, and it's like clockwork. You can tell every single time how it's going to happen. And so the reason we don't get upset or come out and when positive things happen, because those aren't the things that can be exploited. This is all about exploiting us, and we fall for it every time. Like she said, we're gonna stick by ours. So all they gotta do is set it up to make it seem like there's a us against them to get you out in the streets, and here you come running every single time.
I got you. Hey, real quick, Hal, if you could send me the link to that testimony, that would be super dope, because every testimony I heard, every testimony I've read says to the contrary. But if you have something different, please make sure you email management. I would love to read it. Let's go.
First, I'm a Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African-American mother. So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to them or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22. If my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours.
Hold on. Is she not saying two different things, Kevin? I've listened to them. Like she's saying two different things. Now, granted, you know what this, hold on, let me back up. All my 80s, 70s, 80s babies who grew up on 80s, 90s rap. She's making a statement here. I want to know if anybody catches what she's saying. It's from a rap song, and I'll give you West Coast rap song. Well, listen again.
Straight up, better mine than yours.
Do you know where that came from or what that is alluding to?
The thing that popped in my head before you even said West Coast was a Tupac lyric, but I can't remember if that's accurate or not. Which album is that, or which artist is that?
I'm gonna give him. See if anybody else can pick up on it. But she is saying two different things. She is saying two conflicting things that we have to hold our kids accountable. But
yeah, she got.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what.
There's a conflict between what that she know is right and what she knows she needs to say to stay on code.
On code. Come on now. You know you gotta stay on code.
Yeah. Nobody wants to go off code. They're afraid to go off code.
All right. Let me see. Did anybody pick up the lyric of what she said? All right. Well, the song that popped in my head when I heard that is Steady Mobbing by Ice Cube, where he says, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Yeah.
And that's exactly when she said that, I'm like, oh, Ice Cube. Like, she brought back some old memories back there. That's exactly what I'd thought when she said it. All right, let's get done with this.
I'm gonna tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this
Her
is
face
about
is looking trouble.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
The let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if Carmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
they wouldn't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
it was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
I wonder where, I want to know where these people are. We need to do an episode of where are they now? When the jury comes back, whatever the jury comes back, I want to see the clapping woman. I want to see the voodoo queen lady. I want to see the rather mine than theirs. And I want to see this guy. I want to know, what do they think after the jury comes back? Whatever the jury comes back, because also when the transcript comes out, when we can actually read what the witnesses said, I really want to know, what do these people say? Because he's going to say something that's crazy in a second. But go ahead, Kev.
No, I was saying the facts don't matter, man. The facts don't matter. I mean, the first lady even said that. She was like, even if there's proof, we're going to stand by ours. Like,
that's crazy
work. The facts
work.
don't matter. And that's one thing I've noticed on social media. Once we gravitate to the narrative we want, nothing will move us off of it, no matter evidence. Case in point, how many black people still think Mike Brown in Ferguson was killed unjustly? How many still think hands up, don't shoot happened? Right? A ton of them. We do not move with evidence. We buy the narratives that fit into our black worldview. And our black worldview is that we are oppressed, they are against us, they hold us down, everything's a struggle, right? And everything that happens is an act of racism and oppression against us. And that's just the narrative. And nothing will change that. No matter facts, evidence, these people are going to stay on code, they're going to stay on message, and they're going to believe it. And even that guy, I don't know what he's going to say coming up, but what he just said is this idea that God is for black people.
Right. And I was going to say, well, I guess if there were black people on the jury, were there black people on the jury in South Carolina?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It's
right.
Not about they just keep switching it up because at the end of the day, it's about they're not getting the outcome they want.
Right. Let's go.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Carmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know, we know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on. That's an accident, self-defense. That's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first degree murder? Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
Do you think Carmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Carmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. So definitely, I mean, you look at the charge.
Victims.
it was self-defense. He was wrestling with two guys. I don't know what the parameter.
He wasn't. That's what I mean.
Again,
these
now,
fake internet facts.
To be fair, this was like last week. So this, a lot of the witnesses had not come out yet. So to be fair, he was still, I want to know where he is today. That's what I'm saying. Like, does he still believe this today after the facts have come out? Because this was like, if I'm not mistaken, this was like last Thursday or Friday when, again, no facts, witnesses hadn't come out yet. That's my only point.
Yeah, but I'll say this. Even before this trial started, we already knew what happened. Like,
right.
This idea that he got jumped, there was never any evidence for that. There was never any reporting on that. That is Joe Blow on the internet saying something and people running with it. That's all that is. There has been no, like the Hal in the chat talking about his brother pushed him into the knife.
His brother pushed him into the knife is crazy.
The medical examiner. So the defense did try to throw some kind of theory that he leaned into the knife or something. The medical examiner
stabbed himself.
The medical examiner completely debunked that. He said the force in which he was stabbed, because it went through the bone. There's no way he leaned into it or was pushed into it. That is a forcible stab that not only went through the bone, it went all the way through his heart. It pierced both walls of his heart. It was brutal. This was not some accidentally falling and tripping into the knife. And that reminds me of another rap lyric of Eminem, of his girl.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
let's not get in trouble. Okay, let's go.
But it was two people. So, 2 against 1, that's self-defense.
That was never a case.
There was never a case of this. What are you talking about, my dude? He just made that up. He just made that up, sir. You made that up.
He didn't make it up. He just got off the internet. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you in black Twitter, you in these black spaces, they just regurgitate these false things over and over again. And black people have a false reality because we believe false facts. And then when the things don't go out in the way we think we should, we claim injustice. And it's just like, no, you just didn't know the facts. I had to educate somebody recently on George Floyd's fentanyl levels. They had never heard that before. Like you didn't know he was full of but beyond lethal dose of fentanyl in his system? No, I never heard that before. Like, people just don't be aware of basic facts of cases.
No, I'm with you. So this is Dominique Alexander. This is your Timu MLK, right? This is your wish.com MLK. I will not debate this case with internet commentators or lawyers trying to litigate it on social media. Okay, so then I guess you should stop right here.
Yeah.
People keep asking whether I believe the state has proven its case. My answer is simply no. Okay, based on everything I guess the next logical thing was, when did he post this? This was posted, I don't know. I'm just wondering, like,
toward the bottom.
I still want to get to the bottom, but I guess I would expect then the defense to have come in there with a robust consideration, but they didn't. Based on everything I have seen and heard, I did not believe the prosecution has proven the level of intent required for a capital murder conviction under Texas law. This case must be decided by the law, not emotion, politics, public pressure, or social media narratives. That is crazy work, because that's all that gentleman has been doing. I am not a lawyer. Well, I'm glad you admitted that. Nor do I speak for Carmelo Anthony's legal team. I'm simply sharing my perspective based on what I've witnessed throughout this process. I am a leader. I know we have done everything within our power to ensure Carmelo receives a fair trial and the strongest opportunity for a defense. A defense that lasted maybe 3 hours and witnesses rebutted what you were trying to say. Okay. All right.
So after the prosecution rests their case, the defense basically asked the judge to dismiss the case, and which I heard is pretty normal, right? It's just it's a Hail Mary. And of course, the judge said no,
absolutely not.
And then the judge said, "So what do you want to do next?" And the defense lawyer said, "We don't know."
Oh, I can't wait to read that transcript. I cannot wait to read that transcript.
Yeah.
I still believe God is in control. I hate this. I still believe God is in control. God has always been in control. I'm going to get rid of all this believe part. God is in control.
God is in control is just code for God is for black people.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I still believe justice matters. This is a very interesting thing. Like, what does justice look like in this case? To
In
his
his mind.
Right. What does that mean? What does justice look like in this case?
Carmelo, go home.
Okay. All right. So would that be justice for the Metcalf family?
Based on the narrative in which these people believe, they would say it would be justice for Carmelo because he was self-defense, because he got jumped or he was surrounded or he feared for his life. Like all of these fake narratives that just aren't true. That's what they hold to and believe. So yeah, in their minds, justice is he was justified in his actions. But no rational person who can look at the evidence, listen to the testimony, see what happened, can say he was justified in stabbing his kid.
So you disagree with this last sentence right here?
Absolutely. I'm gonna be honest, man. A lot of this stuff I've realized is just really hood.
Yesterday,
it's hood logic and hood reasoning. Like this idea, I've heard so many people say you don't put your hands on nobody. I'm like, yeah, you got told that growing up, but that ain't the law. The law ain't
correct.
Someone touched you, someone put their hands on you, therefore you can do X, Y, and Z. Nah, your mama told you that when you was growing up. If anybody put their hands on you, knock them out, and you do this, you do that. That ain't the way the law works.
hood mom lawyer.
I'm saying legal system. We think he's justified based on how we operate. Yeah, but you touched him, you got what you deserve. Don't put your hands on nobody. Don't touch nobody. That ain't the way the law works.
That's not how the law works. But also, like, don't put your hands on somebody and I get to delete you. Like, even in that, like, this is not equal weights and measures. Even if you say, look, if you don't want hands thrown at you, don't put hands on somebody. I can rock with that. My mom would have told me that when I was a child. My dad would have told me that as a child. Like, don't put your hands on anybody unless you plan to put your hand, have them put their hands on you.
Yep.
I got you. That makes sense. But this right here, that logical claim is crazy work, Kevin. And I agree with you 100%, man. Like, yeah, that's what'd you say? Hood logic. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
So let's see what this young lady had to say. She was addressing the whole situation. She was addressing the whole situation as well. I want to hear what your perspective is on this. Thank y'all, everybody who's jumped in. I got my guest, Kevin Briggins from Off Code over here, hanging out with us today, causing trouble. Greenheart's in the chat, and when you can hear, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Wait, let me raise this up. Greenheart's in the chat where you can hear.
So here we are. The defense has rested its case. They really didn't have a case. What I think happened was that some people went to Carmelo Anthony's parents and probably told them that he would get off if he went to trial, that they could convince the jurors of his innocence. But the bottom line is this: he was
judged by 12, rather carried by 6. I'm telling you, somebody was listening to Ice Cube and said, Mom, Dad, we steady mobbing. I agreed. I think that's what happened. I do believe that's what happened. Because I do think there's no way you could think that he's not going to get some time in jail, period. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
He's going to go to jail for something. It's going to be more than a week. Let me just let y'all, spoiler alert.
Unless, I will say this, unless the lawyers had the same mindset as that black gentleman where this is an overcharge and it's going to be hard to convince of first degree. They're overcharging him. We can beat this because the charge is too high. I mean, I could see that logic, but it's almost like, did you not hear the test? Did you not read the police reports and the testimonies of the witnesses before you made that decision? Because the witnesses' testimony as to what happened doesn't align with this charge is too high.
I agree with you 100%. Okay, let's get going. Greenheart, so let's go.
He was not innocent. He is not innocent, and he is going to have to pay for this crime. They were trying to possibly get him off because they were probably thinking, like O.J. Simpson, that he would somehow get off. After he took this boy's life, he threw the knife and he took off running. One of the school resource officers caught up with him. He said that he did it. He said he did it. There were eyewitnesses there. Here is what people don't understand. I continue to see this in my comments, that he needs to keep his hands to himself. Well, Black folks, folks, you can't have rules for me and not for thee. Because if your child touched someone or pushed them, shoved them, punched them, whatever, and they stabbed them in the chest and they lost their life, you would not think that this was fair. But you think it's fair regarding Austin because he's white. Do you know why you think that? It's because you are jealous of white people. You have been told since you were children that they had advantage over you. So you have watched a lot of white people live a good life, and you think that it is time for them to suffer because of your suffering. But what you don't understand is that your suffering is because of you. If you renew your own mind, and if you got in your head that if God is for you, that no man can stand against you, you could have the same thing that you believe that white people have that you don't have. Do you not understand that there are also white folks that can't find jobs, that there are white people that are on food stamps and everything else? Most of the white people that I talk to don't even know about this imaginary race war or this hatred that they have towards us. You've been told that. So now anytime a case comes up where it's a black person that has done wrong to someone white, you guys do a knee jerk and you side with the black person because you think that finally they are getting their payback. You need to fix your heart. It's something wrong with you. His parents had no wisdom. This is why they blew all the money that was raised in that GoFundMe. If they had any wisdom.
She hurting people's feelings. Oh,
I mean,
she hurting
cooking.
She cooking their feelings. She done went straight up hibachi on them and their feelings. She got the flames looking up. I mean, this is some, oh man, I got to find one of them stir-fried videos. Oh, she is hurting their feelings right here. Ooh, put your feelings aside. You know what? I'm going to back up a little bit so you have more time to put your feelings aside. Let's go.
No wisdom. This is why they blew all the money that was raised in that GoFundMe. If they had any wisdom, as soon as the school called and told them what happened, they would tell him, you need to plead guilty. Don't even take this to trial. Don't put the Metcalfs through any more pain because their son was taken. Where is the compassion for the Metcalf family? There has been none. It's almost like they are being assaulted every single day because of a tragedy that happened to their son. The parents, instead of exercising wisdom and saying, hey, plead to manslaughter because you did it. But instead, you want to take it to trial because you thought that he would be able to get off. There is no way he's going to get off. If he did, it would be a travesty. A complete travesty and miscarriage of justice, considering that people have seen what happened. He said he did it. This is no argument. The argument comes because you have a lot of people that deal in their feelings and they think that they have a say in what happens in a court of law because of how they feel. My saving grace, the thing that gives me hope, is that there are only a handful of nut jobs outside of that courthouse.
I gotta stop because I don't want to ruin it by adding the air horn. But she is cooking them. Good night. Let me add explosion. I don't want to ruin it. Good night.
She is on the flat top, just
going to town on them. You know what she said?
Stop. Hammer time.
She hammering them, man. She hurting their feelings, man. Good night. Kev, why?
Man.
Kev, why your cousin get up on here? How your cousin get up in here like this?
Hey, man, you know, family do what family do.
Goodness.
No,
okay.
She
is cooking. She is on the Blackstone. The Blackstone is hot and the food is ready. Let's go.
Sharpton is not out there. These other people, they're not out there. They aren't going to touch.
You know, that's a good. Somebody asked that, and I think shout out to Willie Doc. Shout out to Willie Doc. He asked that question. He said, "Blessings, Kevin." No. I think he asked it as a question. Where's the NAACP? Where's the BLM? Where are the usual suspects, so to speak? Where are they? I think that's a great question.
It is.
Because it's common sense. At some point, I get it. They are race hustlers. This is how they are paid. But at some point, you have to look at this thing and say, no. Wrong is wrong. We have to get past this. Some healing needs to occur, and it's going to occur after this case is finished and we can go ahead and move on with our lives. Now, I don't care how much you guys call me names and everything else. I'm going to always stand with what's right, and I'm going to tell the truth. And this is the honest to God truth. You guys think this is okay, but had that been a white boy that would have stabbed a black kid, y'all would be screaming and crying for justice. You would have burned down your own house by now. You would be crumpled up on the lawn crying out for justice, but you don't think Austin deserves justice.
So funny, man.
That is because of uneven scales. You are not able to judge rightly because you have no righteousness in you. You are coming into agreement with lies because your father is the father of lies. And like I have said before, your feet are firmly planted in hell. You need to do something about your heart.
Kevin, I gotta stop, Nick. I gotta stop, bro.
It's like that Simpsons meme, you know, like, stop it, he's dead already. Like, she just like, stop.
Just stop. You'd already cooked them. Like, stop. She done said your feet are firmly planted in hell. Yo, I can't even. I gotta stop, man. We gotta move on, Kev.
Wow.
Goodness, man. And we got about a minute left, man. And she over here cooking, bro. I'm like, ma'am, what did they say? No crumbs? No crumbs? There's no crumbs left, ma'am. Ma'am. We have devoured our plates. We actually ate the plate. Like, there's nothing left, man. Stop. He's dead already. Doggone. I love her,
on, man. She is.
Oh, she ain't playing.
No,
he ain't lying. Throw in the towel, right? Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. And by the way, all of these clips that we're showing, except I think all of them, are linked down in the description. So this is on there. I think it's Deluxe Pepe or something like that. I don't know if I don't think that's her account, but you can do some research and find it, but find her particularly. But where I got it from is linked in the description. Okay, let's get done, Kevin.
And you need to fix the condition it is in because it is a skewed thing to see that a 17-year-old boy lost his life and for y'all to joke about it and to put bets on it and everything else.
They are betting.
Funny. It's not. You look like the animals that people accuse you of being. That's what you look like. I am ashamed of you, and you don't have to respect me. A girl says something under a post of mine that she will never respect me. Do you think I rise and fall to the respect of some skin worshipers? I don't care nothing about y'all respecting me. I don't need your respect. I don't need your support. I don't need anything from you. God is my source. I understand that. My skin has nothing to do with how far I make it in this life. The only thing that has anything to do with that is the Lord. And he promotes, and his promotion comes from above. Okay?
Yeah.
Fan her.
Shut the kitchen down. Shut it down. Like, just stop. Shut the kitchen down. We need it. Lord have mercy. I watched the beginning of that. I did not watch that part. Wow.
She went in.
She said, let me tell you something. I'm about to go up in here. Oh my goodness, Kevin. Yes, that was done. She ain't lying. Insert the Coming to America meme. She ain't lying. This thing right here, man. All right. We're going to keep this game going. This dance of dancing here. So I was finding people who have summarized the case, if you will, kind of giving us a little bit of what to expect-ism, if you will. Mm-hmm. So shout out to, this is Pro-America Politics and Markets. When this whole thing first happened, Jeff Metcalf was extremely forgiving. Too much. So in my opinion, it is what it is, Kevin. I don't judge people for behaving as Christian.
Yeah.
So I might disagree with how you do it, but you know what? I don't disagree with people behaving Christianly. So he was offering forgiveness to Carmelo Anthony. You know what? Rock on. I mean, that is the right thing to do. So I don't front on him for that. But let's keep going. But nevertheless, had Carmelo and his family, and I think this is a very good point. There's just one problem I have with it, especially if you're a legal expert. I want your thoughts on this. But nevertheless, had Carmelo and his family accepted his olive branch and owned up to it and apologized publicly, I really think Jeff Metcalf would have pushed the prosecutors to accept a plea deal that would have given Carmelo 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole. Does the family have any say in that? I don't know if that sounds weird to me.
It's not that they have any. They
you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about that part.
So it's one of those things of, if these two families who come together around this tragic event,
facts,
right? And they're walking together. The Carmelo's family is with the Metcalfs, and they're like, "This is tragic. 2 young boys' lives are ruined. One's gone." And they sit down with the prosecutor, because the prosecutor's going to bring charges. And they say, and the Metcalfs, because of the way Carmelo's parents have acted, the Metcalfs like, we want you to be lenient on this young man. He got his whole life ahead of him. We don't want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Like, the prosecution don't have to go to prison. I mean, don't have to go to trial. They can just be like, this is what we want to offer. And because the prosecutor is trying to bring justice for the Metcalfs, right? So if the Metcalfs are saying, hey, we don't want to ruin this young man's life. He got his whole life ahead of him. This is a tragic, mistake what he did. Horrible. We lost our son, but we want justice, but we want you to be lenient. That plays a role in what the prosecution does, But when Carmelo's family bring in the civil rights leaders and the activists, and they make this the whole thing a circus.
Well, yeah.
They get mad at Mr. Metcalf for showing up to, I forgot what event it was. He showed up.
It was just a presser. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were doing a presser. Yeah, I agree.
Like, no, you making this adversarial? Okay, yeah, no, we're going all the way. Bring the charges, full first-degree murder. We want the whole shebang because the way these people acted.
I got you. Okay. Meaning he could have been applying for parole 10 years from now. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, they fire up every BLM lunatic on the planet Earth to smear the Metcalf family and call Austin a white supremacist. They kicked Jeff out of the press conference. There you go. Presser, while they were spewing lies about Austin, acted like complete a-holes in Austin's family. They proclaimed Carmelo's innocence in order to raise nearly $1 million in donations, rally up a mob of protesters to scream profanities and racist attacks on Austin and white people in general. And the reward for that will be Carmelo spending an extra 20 years in prison than he may have been able to get with a more humble and respectful approach to this ordeal.
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong. I don't disagree. I think I would love, we've already seen this play, as Kevin just articulated. If we could go back in time to right when Carmelo was arrested, we could have probably, I think between me and you, Kevin, we could have looked into the future and told them what was going to happen.
Yeah.
We could have told them what's going to happen, like to the amount of people that are outside the courthouse. We already knew this. If somebody would do something different, I would love to see somebody do something different, because we already know what's going to happen. We already know this. We already know how it plays out. But boy, if somebody would have did something different and just tried something different, like, hey, we already know what's going to happen. You're going to get all these activists around you. You're going to be all Black Twitter going to be going crazy. They're going to be putting out false narratives, this, that, and the third. And he's still going to go to jail. He's going to go to jail. Or what if he just tried this? What about this one? How about y'all just accept the man's forgiveness, get hand in hand with him, apologize, and try to see how that works. You don't have to cart it out in front of the whole world. We ain't got to see, you ain't got to be like, grieving TV or whatever. Don't let your right hand know what your left hand's doing. But on the same note, what if y'all did that? What if y'all did that? Because we've already seen the other play, and good gracious alive, we done watched it 45 times, if not 50. Why don't you try something different? What do you think about that?
No, I agree. Just think how powerful a joint press conference would have been, how powerful a joint prayer visual would have been of community coming together instead of just going full head steam into this whole race thing and defense. And he's innocent. And how many times have we heard the whole, he's innocent, he's a gentle giant, he would never do anything like this? Like, we hear,
but he did though.
We hear this every single time they try to paint the black kid as this A student who never got in trouble and who, walks dogs and helps old people across the street. Like,
come on.
But yeah, it would have been a powerful message if they would have handled it the other way. But they wouldn't have got all that money. They wouldn't have got this press. They wouldn't have got any of the things they've gotten. But their son would be spared a lot of prison time.
Right. I was gonna say, but they might not have got the money, but they might have got their son back in 10 years.
Yeah.
In a decade.
Still a young man. And
right.
I'll say this too. I think he's going to be convicted, but even I don't want him to get a life sentence. I really don't.
Okay.
I think because of, high school student, because I don't think, man, this kid's 17, 18 years old.
He's 19 now.
19.
I think.
Should he get 25, 30 years? Absolutely. But I don't want to see him spend the rest of his life in prison. And I don't think the Metcalfs want that.
I got you. Shout out to Impressive Entertainment. This message needs to go to the utmost. Johnson.
Oh,
you Moise?
That's Umar. That's Umar. I think that's Umar Johnson.
I walked right into that. I did not see that coming. Oh my gosh. What's Umar talking about? We need to check on Umar. We need to check on him.
Moise Johnson.
We need to check on Umar. Shout out. Thank you for the 2. And what does Dame say this with the 5? Thank you so much. It's wrong to cart grieving families out to address the public, to take advantage of their horrible pain. That needs to stop. I agree. Now, this is the only thing, though. This is the only thing. If the family agreed to say, hey, if the families agree to say, hey, let's do a conference, let's do a presser to show that, I've forgiven, we've asked for forgiveness, and we're unified in that, to me, that's worth it. That if they agree to do it, not me like dragging you out here, come on, Kevin, come on, let's get it. No, if they want to, I think that's the right thing to do, but not because I think it would be the right thing to do to show solidarity, to show that they've forgiven. And I think it would have put a huge wet blanket on the foolishness that we're looking at right now outside of the courthouse. But not just cart them out on their own, like drag them out there kicking and screaming. No, if that be the case, then no.
No. Mr. Metcalf got in front of the cameras on his own, and he extended the olive branch on his own.
Correct.
We're saying they should have taken it.
Right. Because they're not the grieving family.
Yeah.
Right. Carmelo's family is not the grieving family. So I agree with that 100%. I also agree with Mike blessing 10 people with memberships. Mike said, look, 10 of y'all get up in here. Y'all say thank you to Mike. Unlike those people down there at the courthouse, we're very cordial and we say thank you. Make sure you say thank you, and I'm gonna make sure I drop in my little sound effect because I got to do that. Where's my sound effect? We got the horns. We got the Hammond B3 up in here. You don't have the Hammond B3 on your keyboard? You don't have that, man? Look. Oh, wait. We do have to stop that, though, Jason. Can't keep playing that. All right. Let's keep this going. Shout out, Mike. Thank you so much, man, for blessing. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. All right. Let's keep this. All right. This is Fox News giving a quick summary of what's happened so we can kind of prepare ourselves for the rest of the day. Somebody asked, when do closing arguments start? I believe they start at 9:00. And I think what time are they? Central time? Utah time? Central time. Okay. So that's in 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, 30 minutes. Okay. So Texas is still okay. I'm terrible with my time zone. Time zones are terrible, man.
I'm Andy Mack. The defense has rested their case in the Carmelo Anthony trial as the Texas teenager is accused of fatally stabbing a 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet. Anthony, now 19, charged with a 2025 death in that confrontation. The case has drawn national attention, featuring emotional testimony. It wrapped up today. The jury potentially has their hands on it tomorrow following closing arguments, and the case began moving forward very rapidly as prosecutors say the stabbing was an unjustified attack stemming from an argument over whether Anthony could be under the tent of Metcalf's team. Anthony's attorneys have argued that he acted in self-defense and reacted in fear during a split-second moment after Metcalf made physical contact. Let's be joined right now, friend of the program, criminal defense attorney.
People just be making up their own stories, man.
Yeah.
People, I just had to stop for a second. And let me make sure. I'm in Atlanta, so it's 9:30 now here in Atlanta. Central time is 8:30. So what I'm saying is in 30 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock Central time. And that's when it starts. I do believe it's 3 hours. So an hour and a half. I don't know what the defense is going to say. If the defense takes 90 minutes to give their closing arguments, that's actually longer than they actually defended the man. Just want to make sure y'all remember that.
The
That's
defense,
crazy work.
man. Their closing argument is gonna be like, look, y'all,
do what you do.
He ain't do it.
He ain't do it.
We rest.
We rest.
That's it. There's no argument. It was such a disaster for the defense. Everybody they brought up, or even in their cross-exam, like the friend that was supposed to be the guy that Carmelo knew, he dapped him up when he came and sat down. He testified against Carmelo. He was like, yeah, that's murder. He's like, it was just completely uncalled for. And this kid is black. And so like the whole race narrative goes out the window. The whole he had a friend under the tent goes out the window. The whole it was raining goes out the window because it wasn't raining at the time. The whole, he was surrounded and he got jumped by the twin brothers. None of those things
Jump by twins is crazy.
None of those things happened. This dude was irrational. He tried to say, I ain't no punk. Y'all can't make me leave. Make me, touch me, see what happens. Y'all some peas. F y'all. Like
that's crazy work, man.
Yes. This kid was
a menace.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Shout out to Mike. Mike said this, let's get the likes up to 200 and another 10 memberships. Love what you do, brother. And I love your J-Wit podcast family. Thank you. So our J-Wit podcast family. Shout out, Mike.
That's
go and get them likes up. Let's make sure Mike has the opportunity to bless some more folk. All right, let's get done with this because I just think it was interesting how the combative narrative. I was on somebody's podcast last night, and the dude was literally saying that Austin Metcalf had put both hands on Carmelo's shoulders and like lifted him up. Like, where did you get this from? And it was last night. He was still saying this last night. I'm like, wow, where did you get this from?
Wow. Complete fantasy.
Like, I understand what you want to believe, but where did you get that from? Like, that's a crazy story. Like, what witness said anything that rhymed with hands under his elbow, under his arms, lift him up? Who said that?
We believe just the craziest stuff, and we just take it as gospel because it's what we want to hear. But before you get into this clip, I want to say, Mike, at the family reunion, at the J-Wit podcast family reunion.
Oh yeah,
you get to be in the food line first. There you go.
You're in the front of the line, Mike. You're in the front of the line. Well, Ops is in the front of the line too. And we're equal opportunity family reunion. Both of y'all get to. Maybe that instead of stream sponsor, we'll just say who gets in the front of the line at the cookout. And Mike and Ops are definitely in front of the line. Absolutely. Matter of fact, you don't even have to worry about bringing anything. We're going to send you home with plates with aluminum foil on it because that's what we do. That's what we do. Why are you like this, Kevin Briggins? You bring out the worst in me, man. I love Kevin. Thank you so much, man. All right, let's see what we got. A legal expert. Let's see what he has to say.
Matt Timpanic. And Matt, this was slated to go a couple weeks, but now the state's resting, the defense resting on Monday. It will be in the hands of the jury starting potentially on Tuesday. What do we make of just the swiftness of this trial so far?
It has moved exceptionally fast for a homicide case. Both sides are asking the correct questions and succinctly, which is very important in a criminal case. That said, as it stands, I definitely think the prosecution's case is a lot stronger. When you heard the evidence, there didn't seem to be any kind of opportunity that the alleged victim, Austin Metcalf, made that would put Carmelo Anthony in serious, imminent fear of serious bodily injury or death, which is required for self-defense under Texas law.
Yeah, and obviously they made some of the cases the defense only calling a handful of witnesses today, and notably no Carmelo Anthony taking the stand to share his first-person perspective on how he felt, how he saw the moment in which it all went down at that high school track meet.
Shout out, hold on, wait, hold on. Is that fit lawyer ATL up in the building? Not allowing cameras into the trial was demonstrable to the public, detrimental to the public's perception of the true justice being served. I agree 1,000%. I've argued this. Thank you so much, Fit. Now, this is a real lawyer here in Atlanta. Shout out to Fit ATL. Can the mods please drop Fit ATL's link in the chat? She's a wonderful content creator. She's been on the channel several times. She's done body cam bingo with us, and she's given us insight. And so let's keep this going. Detrimental to the public's perception of true justice being served. Folks are making up facts.
Yes.
I mean, it is making them up out of whole cloth, left and right, leaving people to draw the wrong conclusions. So sad. That's what I'm saying. Now, on the same note, now to be, double-minded, to be arguing against myself, I understand that there's minors in here and people were saying, hey, well, one of the reasons why they didn't want the cameras is because there's going to be kids that are going to be testifying. I agree with that. I understand that. I want to protect kids too. However, I do agree with Fit as well that even in that, I do think they could shroud the kids. They can make sure nobody knows who the kids are. But I still think they could have done it and still allowed us, because again, people are coming up with alternative facts and just making up facts. I'm gonna find that clip of the guy saying last night that Austin Metcalf yoked him up like this with both hands. Like, where did you get
his feet was dangling like this,
right?
Up in the air.
I'm like, where did you get this from? Like, there's nothing we heard said that. So shout out to Fit. Thank you so much, Fit, for stopping through. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Fit is going to be going over this tonight at 6:00. And I might need to pop in there and check out, see what you're doing over there. She said this, hey, Jay Whitten chat, I'm going to, oh, there we go. There we go. On the trial. I love it. So please, y'all, if y'all want like a real legal expert and not just two yahoos with really good beards, please go check out Fit Lawyer ATL. Mine is still better than yours. So Fit Lawyer ATL tonight at 6. Make sure if the mods could drop her link in the chat, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, these people just making up their own facts. And that's the part that I really don't like, is the fact that because we don't have these, because we're not able to see it, we're going to wait till the transcript. And when the transcripts come out, there's going to be all these people reading the transcripts. There's going to be so many people that still believe the lie, because the lie has been out there for better than a year.
Social media is the new barbershop, right? It's where dudes go to talk about stuff they know nothing about and just make up stuff.
Yeah, right. Okay, I can dig it.
Think about that dude in the barbershop that was always in there talking about this and that. And he has no clue what he's talking about. But everybody's believing him because he's saying it with such authority and such certainty. That's what social media has become. It is the new barbershop. And that dude has, instead of talking to 12 people that wait to get their haircut, he's talking to thousands now, right? And it's going all around. And that's the problem.
Social media is where Dunning-Kruger effect goes to get its meth. I think that's what it is. Dunning-Kruger is rampant on social media. And I am a social media content creator. So I know it, and I've been guilty of it myself sometimes. But no, I agree with you 100%, Kevin. I just want to use Dunning-Kruger because I hadn't said Dunning-Kruger in a couple of days. Let's go. Let's bring this back in. Let's go. All right, here we go.
Behind that, obviously, he doesn't have to testify. Do you think there was a reason? What did they weigh?
Because he would have got cooked.
When you decide whether or not your client, because the decision lies with the client alone, whether to testify in a criminal case, you have to decide what is the upside in doing so. Is your client somebody who's going to be able to sway the juries? Is he going to be able to bring sympathy? Is he going to be able to lay out what he was thinking at the time of the incident? My feeling is that that's not the case, because this is a self-defense case. You have to put the jury in your shoes at the time of the incident. They need to feel what you are feeling, your decision-making process, because the burden stays with the prosecution throughout the case. But as it stands, they really don't, the prosecution witnesses and the defense witnesses didn't really paint a picture of what Carmelo Anthony's decision-making, what it was in those moments before he stabbed Austin Metcalf. So if you're a juror, you're thinking to yourself, how are we supposed to acquit this person? Because I didn't see this kind of imminent fear of seriously bodily injury or death in this based on the facts and evidence presented, and that's required for safe self-defense.
Yeah, obviously very difficult to kind of go through all of these. And we heard so much testimony from it. And we do know closing arguments taking place on Tuesday. Then obviously the jury will have it in their deliberations and they will be sequestered if it goes beyond Tuesday. Why do they do that? Why is the judge putting it in a place where they won't be able to go home? They'll have to kind of stay sequestered to until they...
Because there's crazy people out here. I'm sorry. I'm surprised they even let... Look, man, I'm surprised they didn't put a 2-mile buffer zone around the courthouse the way these people acted. Look, man, this is very unfortunate for these men and women that have decided to do the civic duty of being jurors. And no, man, the fact that you got to protect jurors now, bro, that's crazy. And just in case anybody forgot, I just want to pull this in real quick. Anybody forgot? This is what the witnesses said about Carmelo Anthony. Okay. F y'all. You want to read it, Kevin?
Yeah, I can. Witnesses and Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. Witness says Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens. Witness says Metcalf told him, I'm not going to fight you.
I don't know how you get, I do not how you translate that into self-defense. Because I'm afraid. Go ahead.
Jojo in the chat with the hood logic, like I said, this whole idea that if someone touch you, don't put your hands on nobody. That is not the way the law works. That is hood logic.
It's hood logic.
It's hood logic.
Judge by 12 rather than carry by 6. There you go. Steady mobbing. That's that steady mobbing logic. All right, let me find it. See, did I do this right? Bang! I did it. Let's go.
Come up with a decision.
So this is a high-profile case. Normally, cameras are allowed in a courtroom in a state case. So I think what the judge is thinking is, based on the social media traffic on this case and the publicity it's gotten, that it's best to be able to keep the jurors sequestered and just base their verdict and their deliberations based on the evidence presented and ignore the outside noise. That is deafening at this point in this case throughout all major news outlets as well as social media.
Yeah, that's so very true. So many people watching this, awaiting a decision from this jury as well. We do know closing arguments taking place tomorrow. What kind of arguments might they make? What type of points will both sides be trying to get across?
The prosecution is going to get into the fact about how, if he's claiming self-defense, there has to be evidence that shows that Carmelo Anthony was reasonably in fear of serious bodily injury or death. What we heard, I think he touched the shoulder, maybe got shoved, neither of which are a situation where a reasonably prudent person would believe that their life was in serious bodily injury or death. That's what they're going to hammer home. They're going to talk about how he brought the knife to this track meet. That knife was not allowed on campus. The size of it, I believe it was 5 inches. So when you're thinking about the size of it, this is not just a little Swiss Army knife that somebody would carry around with them wherever they go. This is a rather large knife, and you're thinking to yourself, why did this individual bring this to this track meet? The prosecution is like, the defendant shouldn't have been in this tent at the time of the incident. Put it all together, and he should be convicted. The defense is going to say it's like he was outmanned by numerous people inside this tent. Mr. Metcalf was talking to him in a very aggressive tone. He feared that he was about to be triple teamed by numerous people. So he got the knife out to defend himself with one single knife. But the problem with that is there were words that were said before that he was like, just touch me and you'll see what happens, almost egging the alleged victim on, in this case, to be able to do something so that he could respond. And that's definitely something that's going to be in the forefront of jurors' minds when they go to deliberate.
Yeah, they're trying to paint the picture for both sides, prosecution and defense, come for those closing arguments. Obviously, Carmelo Anthony on trial, facing the charges of first-degree murder, which are very serious charges. Will the jury be able to weigh anything lesser if they potentially don't all agree on that one?
Yes, they'll be able, I believe they'll be given the instruction for second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. It could be a situation where the jury might feel that first-degree murder might be a little over the top, and they might compromise on second-degree murder. Obviously, you never know what a jury is going to do. You don't know what facts they are. The composition of the jury is different ethnicities, backgrounds, genders. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually come to when they make their verdict.
What else big takeaways can you take from this trial? It went very fast, very expeditiously. What else do you want to know before I let you go?
What I would want to know is how, when the prosecution is presenting their closing argument, how are you going to convince the jurors that Carmelo Anthony was not acting in self-defense? What actions are you going to hammer home during your closing arguments to convince them to convict of some kind of murder charge?
Yeah, first-degree murder, obviously facing some significant time if convicted. All right, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time, your insight. You're on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Andy.
Hey, you muted, man. You muted.
That was good. I realized that I have 3 more clips and they're a little lengthy. One, I'm going to go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm going to have to get up out of here.
It's all good, brother.
No, yeah, but I did want to bring this point up because the clip you were showing, it was an older clip of Carmelo and you saw his hair. Have you seen the sketches from the trial?
Yeah, it's cut. It's been cut. Yeah,
he cut his hair.
Right.
And someone made the point is, why is it that when we know this is an admission, we know that we are judged by our appearances, but yet we choose to appear to present ourselves in a way which we're going to get judged a certain way? Why can't you just be presentable from the start? And people can say, well, you be able to have your hair the way you want and all this type of stuff. It's like, but why you don't go to court like that then?
Yeah, go to court just like that then.
Yeah,
right, great point.
Like all of a sudden you want to present yourself as a particular image. Well, what image were you projecting beforehand?
Beforehand, right. What is the image that you're projecting? Right.
And so, I just wanted to point that out. I thought it was very, telling that he decided to cut his hair down and go to trial with a low, cut haircut.
Facts.
And so, just if you know people judge you and you know that you're portraying a certain image, what is the image you're giving off? That's not even in this case. This is a general something for young people to think about. When you're trying to dress like and look like your favorite rapper, when you go in the store, don't be surprised when people follow you around the store because they're judging you based on your appearance and what you're projecting to them as who you are. Just saying.
That's an excellent point.
So just want to throw that out there, man, before I get off here. Appreciate you, man, the invite and being able to spend a little time with the J Witt family.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming through, Kev. Appreciate you,
brother. Absolutely. Check us out over at the Center for Biblical Unity. Yeah. You
got it. And the mods, please make sure we drop the Center for Biblical Unity as well as Kevin Briggens' Substack. He's been crushing it on Substack, and I definitely want to promote what he's doing over there. So if you could drop that in there, I'd appreciate it. Brother, right, thank you so much. Hey, have a great rest of the day. Work hard, brother. Catch you soon.
Man. Yep.
Okay, go. All right. Shout out to Kevin Briggens in the building. Shout out. Y'all, this is going to be very interesting. So I got 3 clips. I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm going to pull up, because this one's not really as long as the other 2. I'm going to pull in Sarah Fields. She gave an update on yesterday as well as Saturday in court. Saturday and yesterday, however I want to say that. Saturday and Monday. Okay. And I thought it was interesting. I thought it would be useful to bring it in just so we can get it. Again, since we're not there, we don't fully understand all the ins and outs, all the nuances. She wrote it out and gave some pretty good summary of it. So let me go ahead and pull that in. And
all right,
we'll go from there.
Today is Monday, June 8th. It is the second day of the defense bringing witnesses onto the stand. If you want to look at the other witnesses that the defense brought to the stand on Saturday, you can go look at my prior reporting. But today is just going to be about Monday. I'm also going to I want to reiterate a few things that happened during jury selection. First of all, I want to reiterate the definition of murder in the state of Texas. The definition of murder in the state of Texas is the intentional or the knowing of the taking of a life. And it also needs to be pointed out that there is nothing in the law in Texas about premeditation. In other words, there's nothing in Texas law that states that you have to prove that anything was premeditated. These are things that were brought up during jury selection. And these are things that were actually told to the jury pool during jury selection. And there were a few things that were brought up about the facts regarding self-defense in the state of Texas. A few of these things, and I have these in my notes, is that everyone needs to understand words alone are not enough for self-defense. You cannot provoke it. You also cannot talk trash and get someone to push you and then take a life. So let's go ahead and talk about today, Monday, the second day of defense. And the first individual that was brought up as a witness is actually a minor, so I can't say the name of this witness. But we will say that he did attend Centennial High School. He was asked about April 2nd, and he says that he knew Carmelo and that they were on the same football team. He said that he played free safety. Carmelo also played safety. He mentions briefly about a shoulder injury, which we've referenced before, that apparently happened in 2024. He stated that he arrived on the bus and that they arrived first on the first bus with Carmelo. He stated that Carmelo was in a normal mood, and he thought that he knew that Carmelo was there for long jump. He was also asked about track culture, and then stated that there's a fair amount of downtime between events at a track meet. He said that students would oftentimes sleep, scroll on their phones, they would talk to friends. He made it clear that he never hung out under anybody else's tent, and he wasn't aware of any tent policy. He stated that on April 2nd, it started to rain, and that him and Carmelo and several others went to the baseball dugout. He said they were there for a few minutes until a Frisco baseball coach kicked them out. He said that they were using the shelter from the rain, but around this time the rain was starting to slow down. He said that the coach instructed them to go ahead and warm up for their relay. He said it did look like a big storm was coming, but it wasn't storming yet. He said they went ahead and put on their spikes and started to warm up. He said Carmelo was with them. He said the rain died down almost to a full stop. But then he said it started to rain again, and then he said it was at that point that Carmelo headed towards the bleachers. Mind you, I want to make a point to say they stayed on the track, on the field. Carmelo is the one who went to the bleachers. He said that he saw Carmelo walking in the bleachers. The rain picked up a little bit, and then he saw Carmelo under the memorial tent. He said that he saw Carmelo in the top right-hand corner, and that the tent was around medium full of students. He said that he was hanging out on about the 40th yard line. He said he was about 30 or 40 yards away from Carmelo. He said then he saw, and I don't know really what he meant by this, but he said he saw and heard loud voices. And he said that him and his friends were beginning to look back at the tent, at Carmelo, where Carmelo was. He said some were sitting and some were standing, and that he slowly began to walk closer. he looked over at his teammates who did not seem to be bothered by this. And I asked, is something going on over there? And then they all looked over. And then he looked back at Carmelo Anthony, which was under the tent. He said he saw a push. He said that he saw arms go out and push, but he never saw contact. He just saw elbows flare, but he couldn't tell if it was a fight. He said it could have been anything. He was repeatedly asked by the defense what he thought it was. He said it could have been anything. He was wondering why there was any kind of push. Could it have been a friend? And then he turned to his friends again. And then it was at that point that he said he heard yelling and people were starting to stand up. And he said that he thought it was a bee because he heard some people laughing. So it made him think that it wasn't very serious. He thought maybe someone had been stung by a bee. He never saw a stab. He said he saw Carmelo was standing at this point. He said he saw Austin pull up his shirt and Austin yelled that he had been stabbed. He then saw Carmelo run a light jog to the right of the bleachers. Then he saw Carmelo come onto the track. He said that he could hear Carmelo crying while a coach was holding him. He said Carmelo was distraught. He could hear Carmelo say, "I told him not to touch me. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. I didn't know what to do." He stated that he didn't know if it was provoked. He was then cross-examined by Bill Werski. Bill Werski asked him if he remembered talking to him before testifying today. He reminded him, "Do you remember saying, if the defense talks to me, what do I do?" And then Werski said, "Do you remember the video that proved you wrong on some things?" It was at this point that I could hear people audibly saying, "Ooh," or "What?" or, kind of reacting to this question. He also asked him, "Did you walk under
Hey, I'm going to take a real quick second. She does two of these. There's two of them. So in a moment, it's going to shift and the glasses will change in a moment. So just give you a heads up what's going to happen when this part ends and the next part begins. I just put them together as a large clip.
the bleachers?" And he said, "No." And he said, "Don't students who don't have a tent to hang out under, don't they usually just walk under the bleachers if it's raining?" And he said, "Yes." "But did he walk under the bleachers?" And he said, "No." So regarding the video, he had asked him, "Do you remember that the video proved you wrong on some things?" And it became clear that apparently, initially, he had spoken with a detective at the very beginning and given an interview and stated then that he thought that Carmelo was being surrounded. But then it turned out, regarding the timestamps on the video, that it didn't look like Carmelo was beginning to be surrounded until after the timestamp of the murder. He then asked him, "If you were asked to leave the dugout and then you left, right?" And he said, "Yes, I did." He said, "Because when you're asked to leave from somewhere, you leave, correct?" And he said,
Right.
"Yes." He was He was also asked, "Would you ever bring a knife to a track meet?" He said, "No." "If asked to leave from underneath the tent, you would leave, wouldn't you?" And he said, "Yes." After Bill Werski did his cross-examination, Mike Howard came back and stated, "Well, the videos may not sync up, right?" And he said, "Yes." He asked if he knew if the footage was synced up perfectly or not, and the student said no. And then, of course, this was objected to because obviously he's not a video expert and he doesn't know anything about the syncing up of videos. At this point, this student was finished, he was dismissed, and the next witness was brought up. And that will be in my next video. Sippy really wants to be a part of this today, guys. Okay.
Shout out to Sippy. Shout out to Sippy.
You let me do my job. All right, part 2, Monday, Carmelo Anthony trial. I have my regular glasses on now. All right, at this point, the defense then called Officer Riley. This was a very, very short interaction with Officer Riley. After the defense called Officer Riley, a juror actually threw their hand up and asked to take a break. So they took a short break.
He said, look, we're tired. Judge, we're tired.
Officer Riley is with the city of Frisco. He said that he arrived at the stadium. It was his job to interview 2 students. One of those students was Eddie Parra. I've learned that I can now say this name because Eddie is not a minor. Eddie is the individual that was the friend of Carmelo Anthony, but in the end ended up just being an acquaintance because he was actually very good friends with Carmelo Anthony's now ex-girlfriend. So, Officer Riley interviewed 2 students in the field house, one of them being Eddie Parra. He said that he looked at Eddie's phone and was told that Eddie acted like he had taken a video. He said that the search on Eddie's phone was consent-based, which means that Eddie handed over his phone willingly so that the officer could make sure that no video was actually recorded. He said that he checked the camera roll, he checked text, he checked his Snapchat, and he checked his, he basically checked his entire phone to make sure that there was no recording of the actual incident. He said it did take him a little while to go through the phone. He did not ask to take the phone into custody.
You ain't taking my phone.
And that was quite literally it when it came to Officer Riley. After this witness, the defense then called an individual that is a minor, so I won't be sharing the name of this person. This was a student at Frisco High who plays football and runs track. Says that he's a hybrid. I just want to point out that when this witness walked in into the courtroom, he walked in very lazily, I guess is how I would say it, and he was chewing gum. And the judge had to ask him, are you chewing gum? You can spit it out or you can swallow it. So he spit it out very quickly into a tissue. This student then took the stand and said that he was committed to LSU. He plays receiver and running back, and that he had talked to Officer Anders. He also was asked about track culture. He said that track culture, it was very social, but he did make a point to say that he had never talked to people underneath their tent. And he said sometimes students came to his tent and they would sometimes say hi. He said that on April 2nd, he did see someone get pushed or punched, I don't know, was quite literally his statement. He said that everyone was standing at this time. He was asked to point out where everybody was in a graph of the tent in relation to where it was in on the bleachers. He pointed to under the right-hand side bottom of the tent. But he didn't seem to remember anything. He just said that a kid got hit or pushed, and then he did a swing motion down. He then said it was at that point that they were running to the bus. He stated that Carmelo, after the incident occurred, was first walking and then he was running. He was then cross-examined by Worski. And then Worski said, if you don't remember, you don't remember. And he said, yes, sir, I know. And he said, when you saw the video, it shook you up, right? And he said, yes. He also said that he couldn't remember if it was a push or a jab or just a motion. He then demonstrated the push, and the push literally was the exact same thing that every other witness has demonstrated, which was a push or a shove onto the shoulder. Worski then asked him, you didn't want to come down here, did you? And then he responded with, quote, I don't know, I'm kind of scared right now. Worski said, there's some things that you saw that you just don't remember, right? And the student said, yes. And then that was it. It was then at this point, they decided to go on break. And then they decided to go on lunch. And we were supposed to go back to the courtroom at 12:30 for lunch. However, we were waiting outside the courtroom till, I think it was after 2 o'clock. We waited for almost 2 hours. I don't fully remember. So we were let back into the courtroom around 2:15. And let me just make this clear. Judge Roach is a very timely judge. So we knew something was going on because he's not just going to delay anything on purpose or, cause anything to take longer than it needed to, because he is a very no-nonsense, I want to get this over with judge. So when things went over and we're just waiting outside trying to figure out what was going on, we knew something was happening. We also discovered that Carmelo Anthony's parents were inside the courtroom at this time. And then there was a point where they finally opened the doors. I did get eyes on some of the family of Carmelo Anthony, and they did not look happy. Some of them were crying. And then we all went into the courtroom. And then it was at this point that the defense said that they rested. So then the judge said that, okay, the prosecution has rested, the defense has rested.
So they went to lunch. They came back, and before they let the people in, the defense probably told the judge, look, we're gonna go ahead and rest. We're done. And I guess they probably argued it out. That's why maybe they had to argue this out or discuss this, hence why the families were there. And that's probably why they were looking disappointed in that the defense just kind of threw in the towel. So that makes a lot more sense than how this all panned out.
So now they were going to end it for the day. Tomorrow morning will be closing arguments, and then the jury will begin its deliberation. The judge told the jury that they will be sequestered. This means that if deliberation continues on towards the end of the day, that if they have not reached a verdict by tomorrow, end of day, they will have to isolate themselves inside a hotel room. Okay, so they would have to isolate themselves inside the hotel room with no communication to the outside. I'm fairly certain that the jury does not want that.
Right? Most people are like, look, hold on, wait. Are we on punishment? Are we the villains? Like, I can't have my phone. I can't watch TV. I can't talk to my spouse. Look, throw the book at them. Oh man, this is crazy. Okay,
honestly, this is just my opinion, but the defense did not seem to have much else. There was some rumors about whether Hunter would take the stand. Those rumors are unfounded. There were some rumors about whether Carmelo would take the stand. Completely unfounded. There are rumors about a plea deal. There has never been a plea deal on the table, ever. And from what I understand, there is not going to be a plea deal. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I know that the jury probably does not want to be isolated inside of a hotel. I know that there's really not much to go off of regarding the defense, because the defense has literally not entered any other evidence other than these witnesses who seemingly has been completely destroyed by the prosecution, including this last witness who one of the witnesses who basically stated in his original report that Carmelo had been surrounded, but then was corrected on the timing, because apparently he got his timing wrong, and it appeared that Carmelo was being surrounded after the murder occurred. And then Carmelo walked away and then ran. So that is the full update. of today. I'm going to be up at the courthouse again bright and early tomorrow morning, and we will see what happens. Thank you.
All right. Whoo. All right. Shout out to Sarah. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that. This is going to be wild. So at the current moment, it's 9:07-ish. So I'm assuming that they probably let people into court and they're going to probably start closing arguments and it'll be in the jury's hands. I have no idea. I have no clue. I know what I'm thinking based upon what we've heard so far. And we're going to pull up AV to the seventh power. Fantastic content creator, legal mind. She has a lot to say here. Wait, someone just posted Carmelo's affidavit he gave to the police on X. I'll look at it. Absolutely. I'll check it out. Or if you want to email it to management, jwitt@jwitt.com. That will help out a whole ton. But anyways, I'm gonna bring in AV to the seventh power. She was talking about it yesterday. Is a lengthy segment, but she talked about it a lot. She gave a lot of insight, and I think this will be good. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a verdict today before lunch. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a time limit. They say, hey, well, you gotta at least give it 2 hours of deliberation or something of that nature. But we will find out soon enough. So I'm gonna bring AV in. Shout out to AV. You've seen her before. She's been on YouTube for quite some while. She's really crushing it. So shout out to her. She went over this yesterday and gave some great insight on it as well. So if you don't mind, green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Are we already at the defense's side of this case? And it started a few business days ago. Hi, everybody. It's me, AV. Welcome back to my YouTube channel where we talk about all things law, true crime, and a little bit of debauchery. The Carmelo Anthony murder trial is moving in lightning speed, super fast. The prosecution rested their case, and now the defense is building theirs. We're inside of the defense case right now, and what I want to talk you through exactly is what's happening in that Collin County courtroom, because cameras are not allowed inside. My name is AV. I'm a JD and a legal commentator. I've been following this case since the arrest report dropped, and today we're going straight to the reporters who are actually in that room. Let's get into it. As you all know, if you've been following this case, then you know that it is supercharged right now. In fact, that is why I stayed away for a few days. I had to regroup after seeing some of these comments. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we went live last week to go through the arrest documents together and see what the background behind this case was. Quick reminder of where we are legally. Carmelo Anthony is charged with first-degree murder in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. The incident happened in April of 2025 at a stadium in Frisco, Texas, during a high school track meet. Under Texas law, first-degree murder carries between 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Carmelo's defense is self-defense. Under Texas law, a person is justified in using force against another when they reasonably believe that that force is immediately necessary to protect themselves. The key word there is reasonably. What would a reasonable person have done in that situation? That is what this jury has to decide. The prosecution has rested their case. That means they believe that they presented enough evidence to prove first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Now the defense gets their turn. And what they're doing in that courtroom right now is fascinating from a legal standpoint.
Okay, I just want to say again, this is why I really want lawyers to tap in, because they understand this way more than, the pre-K law student that just watched a lot of Law and Order and Suits, right? Like AV understands this way better than I can, because I've never been to law school. I've never studied law. So shout out to AV. All the links to all the video clips that we've watched are already in the description. So check out AV to the seventh power. Definitely tell her thank you for what she did. This is excellent. Let's go, AV.
Let's go to the reporter side. Picking it up with JD Miles. He is a reputable reporter in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Looks like he has some roots in Plano as well. We're going to pick it up after opening arguments, okay? This is the first time I'm seeing this, and we're all going to read it together. First tweet, June 4th. Jury in the Carmelo murder trial is about to watch surveillance video for the stadium in Frisco that recorded the fatal stabbing that's been digitally enhanced by an expert. The video is going to be shown on 4 screens in the courtroom. Next, jurors are about to watch the original unadulterated video before they watch the enhanced version. The video shows a wide shot of about half of the outdoor high school stadium from the middle of the football field to the parking lot behind the end zone. You could see the tents in the top right corner on the other side of the field that were put up in the lower bleachers. Prosecutors have zoomed in where Carmelo enters the stadium in a gray sweatsuit near Memorial High School tent that about 15 students are sitting and standing under. Jurors have watched the first 5 minutes of the surveillance video of the scene before the stabbing. Students gathered under a yellow canvas with the Memorial High logo that's over the bleachers near the field. Just after 10 a.m., there was some pushing amongst individuals under the back of the tent, but it's difficult to tell what happened. The camera is too far for the original video to determine. Suddenly, after some pushing, all of those under the tent scatter quickly. The video then shows Carmelo Anthony running out of the stadium less than a minute after the stabbing and into the school parking lot. Video from another camera shows Carmelo Anthony wearing a gray sweatsuit being chased while running near the edge of the stadium, and he is putting his hands up in the air before 2 uniformed police officers handcuff him and take him away. The jury is about to see an enhanced version of the video that focuses on the moments before and after the stabbing. Court has resumed, and the jury in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial is about to see digitally enhanced video from a surveillance camera that has never been released to the public. Judge is only allowing it to be shown on one monitor to the jury, but those of us on the left-hand side of the courtroom will be able to see it. Jurors have finished watching the enhanced security videos during the Carmelo Anthony murder trial, but so far, these new magnified videos, which have never been viewed by the public, still do not produce a clear visual of what happened under the tent in the bleachers of the stadium where Austin was fatally stabbed. You can tell there was a pushing, but it's mostly obscured by other people in front of the defendant and Austin. Carmelo Anthony's defense attorney, Toby, is cross-examining the video analysis expert who magnified security camera videos that recorded the scene of the fatal stabbing. Quote, "You really can't tell what people are doing under that tent, can you?" "Yes, sir. There's really no way to determine when an argument starts or stops, is there?" "No, sir." So that is a portion of that cross-examination. We also have video here. Demonstrations continue outside Collin County Courthouse where the murder trial is happening. Prosecutors have called the Memorial High School track coach to testify. Austin was on the school's track team competing in a meet when he was killed. Next, we go to the next day. Testimony is about to resume. I'm in the courtroom and we'll be posting updates. Let's skip that. The first prosecution witness for the next day is Neil Adams, a Frisco firefighter who responded to the scene of the fatal stabbing. When he arrived, he said Austin's pupils were dilated. He was gray, no respirations, and he did not have a pulse. So it looks like this first responder found him dead at the scene. The next witness was a Frisco police officer, Eduardo Cortez. And if you guys remember, you watched with me, Mr. Cortez or Officer Cortez was the main officer, the first account that was given in that report telling us what occurred when he responded to the scene. He testified that he arrested Carmelo at the stadium near the scene of the stadium. "I had the suspect raise his hands in the air. I gave him instructions. I patted him down for any weapons. I advised that I had the alleged suspect detained in handcuffs." Carmelo replied, according to the officer, "I'm not alleged. I did it. He put his hands on me. I told him not to." Prosecutors are now about to show the jury video from his body cam. Now remember, some of these officers did not have their body cams fully functioning where there are pieces of things. I don't think Officer Cortez was one of them, but just pointing that out. Let's keep going. Prosecutors are showing the body
I have
cam
noticed
on
that too.
camera from first responding officers who arrested Carmelo Anthony. For the first time, the jury hears the defendant speak. 4-minute body cam was played. Officer encounters Anthony, handcuffs him, sits him down before going through his pockets and frisks him. You can hear Anthony sounding like he's sobbing and crying and saying as the officer walks him to the car, "I told him not to put his hands on me." He is then put into a patrol car and gives officers his name and spelling. Another officer's body cam records Anthony saying, after officer radios that he has the alleged suspect, "I am not alleged, I did it." Under
Wow.
cross-examination, Anthony's defense attorney asked the officer, "Do you remember him crying once you and the other officer are in the squad car?"
So I didn't hear, did they Mirandize him when they arrested him? He said frisk him, he cuffed him, walked him to the car. I don't know if he Mirandized them. I don't know if there's a time limit that you got to, or maybe they didn't, they just didn't say it. I don't even think it even matters, but I just would wonder, did they Mirandize him? That's the only thing I'm wondering.
See tears coming down his face. I can't testify to that because I didn't see his face. My description was based on the tone of his voice. Defense attorney did get the officer to admit on the stand that Anthony surrendered peacefully and complied with officers' commands on the body cam of the arrest. He is not resisting, officer. No. He is not struggling, officer. No. Not continuing to run, officer. No. Jurors are getting their first look at the knife, and the prosecutors say Carmelo Anthony used to kill.
All right, shout out to Fit right here. Fit said, and again, Fit is a lawyer. So y'all make sure y'all listen to her above what I'm saying. She said, no, they didn't, but it was an excited utterance. So it was allowed to come in. Okay, shout out, excited utterance. that word right there, that phrase right there can go pretty far. An excited utterance. Shout out. Okay. Thank you so much, Fit. I really appreciate it. And if the mods could again, make sure we got Fit's information in the chat.
Austin. It's a 5-inch folding knife which had blood on it when it was photographed at the scene, on the ground, in the bleachers in the stadium. The jury is also seeing photos of Carmelo Anthony's backpack, which was near the knife at the scene and had been opened. Prosecutors have now introduced the knife into evidence and the backpack. Now, remember, when we were reading this last week, when we were reading the arrest report, we did see that the knife was, because of heavy rain, it was covered by tarp to preserve the evidence before it was bagged and tagged. And the backpack was interestingly noted to be used in that protective capacity to protect the knife. Jurors are now watching an extremely graphic body cam video that shows paramedics applying CPR to try and save Austin's life, while you can hear students wailing and screaming inside of the stadium from a distance. Inside the courtroom, Austin's mother and father each have each other's family members wrapping their arms around them, and they all broke down in tears watching it. Carmelo Anthony is watching the video intently along with jurors. The video captures the chaos and uncertainty about what happened and why. For the first time, we are hearing from a state witness to the fatally stabbing of Austin Metcalf. He was there to run the race, so this sounds like another student. He described the scene as he was arriving at the stadium and who was there. He entered the Memorial High tent and says that he saw Carmelo inside. He testified that Carmelo was hanging out in the tent. I remember people confronting Carmelo and saying, "You shouldn't be here. You probably should leave our tent." I also said, "You should leave." Prosecutor, was it aggressive? I don't think so. I remember it getting more aggressive. I remember Carmelo refusing to leave and Austin saying, "You need to leave," and Carmelo saying, "Touch me and find out." Austin's track teammate says Carmelo was asked to leave about 15 times. Prosecutor, did anyone try to gang up on him? No, sir. Prosecutor, how long did this go on? Roughly 2 minutes. Prosecutor, was Carmelo angry? Yes, sir. Prosecutor, was Austin angry? Yes, sir. Carmelo started refusing to leave. Prosecutor, who was provoking? Carmelo. Austin leans in to push him and Carmelo stabs him. Carmelo had his hands inside a backpack and we all thought it was a bluff. He says he and others didn't believe Carmelo would do anything because they live in a safe community. Austin fell down in the bleachers onto his back and he got up. He lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody and he said, "I think I got stabbed." Prosecutor, did he say anything? I think he said, "Oh my God." Prosecutor asking about Austin shoving Carmelo. I wouldn't say it was a light shove or a hard shove. I would say it was more of an in-between. Was Hunter involved in any of this? Answer, no. Witness recreates.
So I really want, I cannot wait for the transcript to come out. And I would love to hear the people that have concocted these whole stories out of whole cloth. I would love to hear what they got to say about that. Because, you know, we've heard that Austin and his brother Hunter were both beating him up. And witnesses say something totally different here. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. This is so sad to see because this dude's life is done. Man, this is sad.
For the fatal stabbing with defense attorney Toby Shook. He says Carmelo was seated with his backpack in his lap and his hand inside. Austin approaches and is right in front of him. Witness says Austin leans in and pushes Anthony by placing two hands on Anthony's shoulders. Anthony pulls a knife out of his backpack, gets up, pushes Austin while at the same time stabbing him in the chest. Austin falls back down on the bleachers. Tensions are running high outside of the Collin County Courthouse right now. This is currently happening where it looks like people are outside.
Of course, we know when y'all stayed in the car and talked on the walkie-talkies. We already know what y'all got going on. We already know y'all know the walkie-talkies. Hey, there they go again. There go Carmelo. Call the jump out, boys. What are you calling? Hey, they running up again. We already know y'all game. We know y'all game. The gig is up. The gig is up. The gig is up.
You got two people. What would you do? Would you defend yourself? Would you defend yourself? If more people was attacking you, what would you do? What would you do? Would you defend yourself?
I want to know what she did. What is she saying now? Like,
You're acting like an animal. She ain't acting like an animal. She acting like a human being. She's acting like a human being. Stop saying that shit. You're like an animal.
so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the benefit of this is of being out because all you're doing is getting riled up. Like, what's the purpose of doing this? Like, what is the purpose on both sides? And again, in support or against, what is the purpose of this? What are you talking about? Like, see?
Following day, June 6th. This looks like it went into Saturday. JD Miles reports more current and former high school students are taking the stand today in the Carmelo murder trial as a judge orders testimony on Saturday. But here, some of the back and forth Q&A with prosecutors and defense attorneys with those students. Prosecutor says, was there any reason you saw for Carmelo Anthony to stab Austin? Witness, no. Was Carmelo acting in self-defense? Witness, no. That's lethal force against non-lethal force. I would have objected. Defense attorney says, did you see Carmelo before? Witness, I don't remember. Defense attorney, do you remember telling Detective Hunter popped in and defended Austin? Witness, yes. Defense attorney, do you remember your written statement saying Austin put his hand on his shoulder to intimidate? Witness, yes, more of a warning. Actions speak louder than words. Defense attorney, bigger build, Austin? Witness, yes, more broad. Defense attorney, he could look intimidating from his size, referring to Austin. Witness, sure, yes. Continuing
he looked grass-fed, he looked big.
A 16-year-old boy who was a freshman at the time of the stabbing. He plays football and track. He helped set up the tent. Prosecutor, did you see anyone who didn't belong in the tent? Witness, he was from Centennial High School. We told him to leave multiple times. Prosecutor, is the expectation that other teams stay out of your tent? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, when you tell him to leave, what does he do? Witness, he doesn't leave. He gets angry and tries to provoke us, saying, make me leave. Prosecutor, was Austin or Carmelo instigating? Witness, Carmelo. Defense attorney, when Austin decided to push him out, how did he get to him? Witness, he walked over to him. Defense attorney, was Carmelo sitting down? Witness, I think so. Defense attorney, did he grab or push him? Witness, he pushed him on the shoulder area with both hands. Prosecutor, what happens next? Witness, Austin tries to force him out because we didn't have any other choice. Prosecutor, did Carmelo have his hand in his backpack? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, describe the push from Austin. Witness, a little push. Prosecutor, Austin meant a lot to you? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, have you been in counseling? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, it was Carmelo Anthony being stubborn, provoking. Witness, yes. Prosecutor, was it self-defense or murder? Witness, this was murder. Defense attorney, when it was raining, it was okay for him to be in the tent. Witness, yes. Defense attorney, once it stopped raining, he was asked to leave. Witness, yes. Shook is showing cardboard cutout of the layout. Witnesses saying where everyone was. Defense attorney, did he talk about what was in the backpack? Witness, he said there was something in there. Defense attorney, he said Eddie called Carmelo Mello. Witness, yes. Next up, we have another witness, a 16-year-old boy who has taken the stand, and he had just come onto the memorial track before the district meet.
Does anybody know what sport Austin Metcalf played? It doesn't matter. What sport did he run in track? What was he doing in track? Just wondering. I never hear anybody mention that. I also don't know if I hear anybody mention, except this time, I think they said he was doing the 400. I hadn't heard what Carmelo did. What was his sport that he played in track? Just wondering. All right, let's keep it going. Great. This is again AV to the 7th power. Her link is down in the description. Feel free to check her out. Definitely support her. He was a thrower. Yo, wow. Was he like a shot put? I mean, for real. Oh, shot put. Okay, there we go. Okay, I didn't know that. They call shot putters throwers? Interesting. I guess I wouldn't call them putters. That would be kind of crazy. All right. He was in a relay. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just was wondering. I never hear anybody mention like what is the actual sport that they played in the particular meet that they were at. So anyway, let's go.
Prosecutor, did you become aware of someone not on the team in your tent? Witness, yes, he sat next to me. Prosecutor, did this worry you, bother you, or seem kind of normal? Witness, it was kind of strange because everyone is supposed to be in their home tent. Prosecutor, what did Carmelo say? Witness, he said he wasn't leaving and says a profanity. Prosecutor, what did Carmelo do? Witness, he was starting to become more aggressive. Prosecutor, what does he say next? Witness, F you all. I'm not going to leave. You're a bunch of P words. Prosecutor, did Austin take the lead? Witness, yes. Carmelo put his hand in his bag and said 5 times, touch me and see what happens. Austin says he's not going to touch this guy. He was calm. Prosecutor, what did you see during the stabbing? Witness, you saw one big hole and blood coming from his upper body.
Oh.
Prosecutor, at some point, did you decide to unfreeze and do something? Witness, yes, he had a knife. So we ran to the left side of the field. I heard Xavier say, Austin looks dead. Next, another student athlete. He knew Carmelo and Austin. Prosecutor, what did you notice in the tent? Witness, Carmelo was there. I dapped him up. Prosecutor, did you talk? Witness, just said hi. Prosecutor, did you think it was weird that he was in that tent? Witness, yes, because the teams are supposed to be at their own tent. Prosecutor, you can call him Mello? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, after you stopped talking to him, did you see any other teammates talk to him? Witness, yeah. Austin said, who are you? Prosecutor, what did you see? Witness, Carmelo gets mad. He's told to get mad and he's told to get out of the tent. Prosecutor, once he gets mad, what happens? Witness, he says, you're not going to move me. You're a B word. Prosecutor, was Austin starting to get mad? Witness, he was starting to get defensive. Someone we didn't know was in the tent. He's always leading. He's always protecting us. Prosecutor, after that, witness, Carmelo said, if you have to move me. Austin put his hand on his back. Witness, Carmelo said, you'll have to move me. Austin put his hand on his back. I saw Carmelo's hand go into the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be there. Carmelo says, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke him. Prosecutor, then what happens? Witness, Austin puts his hands on him and falls back. Prosecutor, how was Austin trying to move him? Witness, he was trying to move him off his seat, a soft shove. Prosecutor, what did Austin do? Witness, I saw a hole in his chest and blood. He starts screaming for help. Prosecutor, when this is going on, who's standing? Witness, before the stab, Austin was the one standing. Prosecutor, did any kids from Memorial try to gang up on Carmelo? Witness, no. Prosecutor, you're expecting at most a fist fight? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, you didn't think anything was going to happen? Witness, no. Prosecutor, after Austin falls, where does Hunter go? Witness, Hunter went to help him get up, and that's when Austin pulled up his shirt and started screaming. Prosecutor, you thought the stab was a shove? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, what did you see? Witness, I saw the coach take off his sweatshirt. Austin fell down and looked unconscious. Prosecutor, after the stabbing, where did Carmelo go? Witness, I saw him run up to the bleachers. Prosecutor, the coach heard you saying, that was my brother about Austin. Witness, yes, sir. Okay, after some of that testimony on Saturday, the state just rested its case in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial, calling 21 witnesses. Defense moves to directed verdict, claiming the state did not make its case. Prosecutor says it did, which is pretty standard. Judge denies the motion. Judge orders a recess of 10 minutes. This was the state's last witness in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial, the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy. Chief medical examiner for Collin County, Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, she says has done thousands of autopsy and has done internal and external examination, sectioning off organs. This came as a suspected homicide requiring a more in-depth autopsy. She performed Austin's autopsy the day after his death. He was 213 pounds, 73 inches, which translates to 6'1". His body was received in a hospital gown. Hands and feet were covered in bags. He had a stab wound on the left side of his chest. It penetrated the heart. The heart was removed. The stab wound gave a measurement of 2 inches, gaping in length. The classification is gaping because it broke the fibrosis tissue and pulled it apart instead of a slit. The path of the wound went completely through the heart. They are showing 4 pictures just to the jury. They are a stab wound to the chest, a close-up image of the gaping oval-shaped wound. The last 2 are of the heart after it was removed. Several jurors looked emotional and putting a hand over their mouths. Prosecutor, is the wound survivable? Witness, no. Prosecutor, did you find signs of internal bleeding? Witness, yes. The prosecutor is showing a duplicate of the knife used in the stabbing. Prosecutor, is a knife like this considered a deadly weapon in Texas? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, what was the cause and manner of death? Witness, the result of a stab wound to the chest. The manner is homicide. Defense attorney, in the report and in the drawing, you list the wound as being obliquely oriented. Witness, yes, it's giving a description of the wound was at that angle. Defense attorney, closer to horizontal. Witness, yes. Defense attorney, an exact depth of 2.5 inches. Witness, yes. Defense attorney, do you have any way of establishing force used? Witness, no. Defense attorney, would it be consistent if the victim was standing over the person stabbing, let's say in a bleacher? Witness, it can cause an angle going from front to back. There are many possibilities because the body is in constant motion. That can be consistent. The prosecutor says there's a lot of danger in reenactments like the defense just did. Prosecutor, it's easy to construct a finding that fits what you want. Witness, yes. Prosecutor, I don't want the jury to think Austin impaled himself on Carmelo's knife. It's just probable, right? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, it's dangerous to make those kinds of assumptions. Witness, yes. Prosecutor, can you explain what a defensive wound is? Witness, it's typically on the hands or forearms. Prosecutor, did you find any defensive wounds on Austin? Witness, no. Now we switch over to the first defense witness in the Carmelo Anthony trial is his former Centennial High track coach. Defense attorney Mike Howard calls Adam Linwood, football and track coach at Centennial High School. Defense, how is track different from football? Witness, it's more of a player-driven sport. Defense, is track more relaxed and leads to mingling than football? Witness, yes. Defense, are you aware of any policy of players not being allowed to go into other teams' tents? Witness, no. The kids would mingle and meet each other and make new friends. Defense, everyone who knew Carmelo called him Mello. Witness, yes. Defense is now referring to Carmelo as Mello. He is showing a defense exhibit of a plaque that lists all football captains of each year, shows Carmelo's name. Coach says captains are chosen by other players, was a starting defensive back in 2024. Defense, why did his season end early? Witness, he suffered a significant shoulder injury that needed surgery. Defense, he wore his arm in a sling for a while. Witness, yes. Defense, I'd like to turn to track for Carmelo. The jury has heard about the Little Elm track meet in March, the Lowell Invitational. Did he participate in events? Witness, yes. Now talking about the April 2nd track meet at the stadium. Defense, was a tent already in your bus that day? The morning bus? Witness, no. Defense, Mello needed to be there in the morning for his event? Witness, yes. Prosecutor, and this is now on cross. When was the last time you talked to Carmelo? Witness, the day of the event. You're aware there's no weapons allowed at track meets? Witness, yes.
Sorry about that. I do wonder this. Where was Carmelo's tent supposed to be in relation? These are just questions I have. They don't really change. anything that happened in the case at all. I'm just wondering, like, where was Carmelo's tent supposed to be? Or where was his tent at that he was not under it? Like, if it was it like right next to it? Or was it way on the other side of the field? Where was his tent supposed to be? That would be my question, because that might actually add a little nuance to why was he over there anyway? If your tent was, 10 feet over to the right, why are you all the way over here under our tent, or vice versa? Why are you doing that? I do want to say thank you again to Mike. Mike done blessed 10 more people with memberships. Y'all, if you got a membership from Mike, please show him some Southern courtesy and say, thank you, Mike. Put his name on it. As my friend likes to say, the names must be named. So Carmelo Anthony's school did not have any tent at all. Okay. I mean, that doesn't make any excuse for why he was under that tent. But where was his tent supposed to be? Where was his tent at? Where was his teammates even? Like, where were they corralled at? So all that kind of stuff. I'm just wondering, like, where was it supposed to be? If it didn't have it, if it did have it, all that kind of jazz. Okay, let's get done.
I imagine you don't approve of your athletes stabbing other athletes in the chest.
Oh my gosh.
No. Prosecutor, it should happen that one of your athletes end up in another team's tent. Witness, yes, sir. Prosecutor, is there any reason an athlete should have a knife at a track meet showing the knife replica? Witness, no. Prosecutor, you would expect someone asked to leave a tent to comply? Witness, yes. More defense witnesses testified during the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. Witness number 18 has a twin brother, fraternal, graduated from Centennial High, played football 4 years and track 3 years. Defense, did you know Carmelo Anthony? Would you know him as? Yes, we know him. Call him Melo. Defense, how would you describe your relationship? Witness, I'd say we were friends. We hung out. Defense, how was track different from a football game? Witness, there's way more people and you can walk around. Defense, a part of the track is making friends. Would you agree with that? Did you have any friends from other teams? Witness, yes. Did you spend time under other teams' tents? Yes. Did you see other kids doing the same? Yes, sir. Did you ever have a problem doing that where you were told you shouldn't be doing that? Witness, no, sir. Would you sometimes sit and have a conversation? Would you spend more time in the tent? I'd spend some time. Have you ever been to the memorial tent before? Yes. Was it a hi and leave or spend time and hang out? We'd spend time hanging out. Was it just you? Me and Carmelo. We both had friends at memorial. How much time did you spend? About 10 minutes. Were there any problems with that? No. There is no need for a knife at a track meet. No. This is the prosecutor now and cross. As far as you know, Frisco's policy of not having a knife at a track meet has never been violated. It hasn't. Okay, that brings us to Monday today. Mr. J.D. Miles says more defense witnesses expected today in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. I am one of the few reporters allowed inside the courtroom and will update you with testimony as it happens. The courtroom is full and we are waiting for the judge and jury to enter. Prosecutor has just motioned to the Metcalf parents to follow outside the courtroom to discuss something. We don't know what it's about yet. 53 minutes ago, first defense witnesses in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial is 17-year-old Centennial High School student, football and track teammate of Carmelo, says Carmelo was acting normal in the stadium when their team arrived and sat in the bleachers. Defense, would you agree with me that at a football game, it's more of an our team versus our culture? Witness, no, sir. What about track? Is it more social? Witness, I would agree. Defense, what would you do to pass time? Witness, scroll on my phone, get food. What about spending time under other teams' tents? I don't think I've ever done it, but it never crossed my mind like that. Have you ever seen other kids who have done that? Witness, I can't put my finger on a time when I noticed it. Witness testifies that the Centennial team was hanging out in the baseball dugout while waiting to determine if there was a rain delay to start the track meet. They had to leave and they didn't have a tent. He says they went out on the field to warm up. Defense, what happens when you go out on the field and start to warm up? Witness, the rain had almost died down and full stop, and it started to pick up again. He says the team dispersed and Nat Carmelo headed to the bleachers. Defense, what made you notice him in the bleachers? Witness, I was just looking around and I saw someone I recognized. He said he saw Anthony at the Memorial High School tent and it looked crowded underneath. Defense, describe what is happening. Witness, everything looked completely normal. Defense, describe to the jury what you saw and what you thought. Witness, I had looked up, and when I looked up, I heard a sound like a lot of yelling. I heard louder voices over there, and I looked up and there were a lot of people facing the field. And when I looked up over there, people weren't facing the field anymore and they were looking back. Defense, do you remember telling the detective my teammate might be in trouble and maybe I need to go and help him? Witness, yes, sir. I thought there could be something wrong and I wanted my teammates to see it too. 20 minutes ago, more testimony from the first witness on cross-examination. Defense, what did you see when you first noticed that something was wrong? I saw the arms go out and I saw arms make contact with Carmelo. Can you see how much contact is being made with Melo? No, sir. What was concerning you at that point? Was that concerning to you at that point? Yes. You weren't sure that this is a fight, but you were concerned it could be a fight. Yes, sir. I was running through all the possibilities of it, where this is a friend or not. What did you think next? It got super loud and people started standing up and were like, what happened? So did you not see the stab or moments before that? No. Is Melo seated? No, sir. What happened next? What I saw was Austin pulling up his shirt saying he got stabbed. Do you see Melo at some point, what he was doing? Witness, kind of like a light jog to the right of the bleachers. Did you see him when it stopped? He is crying and there is a coach kind of comforting him. I'd say he was distraught is the best way to just describe it. Did it look like a put on? I'd say everything was going very, very real. You could hear him crying. Yes, I heard him saying, I told him not to touch me. Defense, how was he? Distraught? Yes, very distraught. Defense, you didn't see large parts of what happened under the tent. Is that fair to say? Yes, sir. All right, cross-examination. Prosecutor, you had a few things wrong when we talked back in April this year, right? Yes, sir. Your initial statement to the police is that you saw Carmelo surrounding, so it had to be after the stabbing. Yes. Prosecution, you had a story in your head when we visited, correct? Yes. And when you saw the video, your eyes were open to what actually happened. Is that right? Yes. My impression is when we first met is that you thought you saw people surrounding Carmelo Anthony. It was before the stabbing. Yes, sir. Was it actually after the stabbing? I really couldn't tell. When you and I met, you told me you thought it was before the stabbing. I thought it was as the stabbing was happening. You know you're wrong. Yes, sir. Prosecutors show a video showing the witness on surveillance from the stadium that revealed the witness was on the field, not looking at the Memorial High School tent at the time of the stabbing. Have you learned how your mind can play tricks on you? Oh, shit. Yes, sir. You don't have a knife on you? No, sir. Have you ever been under another team's tent? No, sir. Have you ever been under another team's tent and they asked you to leave? Would you? Yes, sir. Redirect. Defense, I think you described people in a U shape around Melo. Witness, yes, sir. This was as of 20 minutes ago. Next, we have a police officer on the defense side. This is interesting. Frisco Police Officer Riley is the next witness on the defense in the
police up in the building.
Unit. He was called out to the stadium the day of the stabbing. He interviewed some of the witnesses on the field house near the football field. One of the witnesses was a track athlete who knew Melo and talked to him under the tent. He reviewed the cell phone of the student to check his camera roll and text messages and Snapchat account. Defense, did the examination take 20 to 30 minutes to try to find something interesting or relevant? Witness, I would describe the consent-based search as being thorough. Defense attorney is getting officer to confirm that the knife was legal to carry in Texas and into stadiums. Defense, it would surprise you if school had policies against such things. Witness, no, it would not. Witness was excused. All right, dear viewer, there you have it. So what does this defense strategy tell us legally? The defense is bringing in witnesses who knew Melo, people who can speak to his character, his presence in the community, and his right to be at the track meet. Remember the narrative that emerged early in this case, that Melo had no business being there. The defense is systematically dismantling that argument, witness by witness. That's what they think is happening. But from a legal standpoint, this is smart. If the defense can establish that Carmelo was a normal kid who belonged at the event, not an intruder, not a threat, it makes the claim that he feared for his safety more credible to the jury. However, let's talk about the prosecution.
Okay.
Prosecution pulled.
I hadn't heard the argument that Carmelo was not supposed to be at the event at all. I just heard that he wasn't supposed to be under the tent of the other school, which, by the way, I can't remember. It was a Centennial or Central. He wasn't supposed to be under that tent. Not that he couldn't be at the event. I don't know. I don't know if that's I hadn't heard that. I didn't realize that people were arguing that he was not supposed to be at the event at all. Which I don't, because he came with the team, with his team. He came on the team bus, right? So okay, let's keep going.
pulled Austin's parents outside the courtroom right before today's session started. We don't know why yet, but when prosecutor pulls a victim's
Right, he was
family outside
participating. That's
privately
right,
before
right.
testimony begins, that's worth paying attention to. Now, if you look at the prosecution strategy, they are talking about the fact that a knife should not have been in his bag. He should not have bought a knife to attract meat. Now, the defense is saying, is it illegal to do that? That's the interesting thing about this. You have the self-defense theory. You also have a majority of the public that think that it was very unsafe for him to bring that knife to the track meet. In addition to all of this happening, you're hearing rumors. I don't know this for a fact because I have not seen any legal documents attest to it. So I'm calling it allegedly. But allegedly, Mello was suspended at the time of this track meet. I don't know what relevance that has as far as the larger scheme of things for the jury, since we're not in the courtroom, but I did want to let you guys know that as well. We are watching this trial in real time by tweet through the reporters brave enough to be inside of that courtroom. JD Miles from CBS News Dallas is one of the only reporters allowed inside, and he's been incredible. I'll link to his Twitter in the description. Follow him for real-time updates. Something is happening with the Austin family right now. We don't have the full picture on that yet. I'll be following this closely for a majority of the day and breaking it down as it develops. But this is your recap from the beginning of the trial last Thursday all the way to some of it this morning. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next update. Drop your thoughts in the comments. What do you think the defense strategy tells us about where this case is heading? But also, on the contrary, what do you think about the prosecution strategy? Seeing you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.
Shout out to AV to the seventh power. Okay, so I pulled up JD Miles tweets. Let me just check, see what he's saying today. Wait, hold on. Share this screen. There we go. All right, breaking. The defense has rested. Oh, we saw that yesterday. That was yesterday, of course. Seen outside of Collin Courthouse this morning. Closing arguments will begin in less than an hour. And that was an hour ago. So, okay. In less than an hour in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial, I'll be inside the courtroom bringing it to you in real time. I expected the jury to start deliberating around noon. All right, so here we go. Got a couple pictures. Some people protesting. I'm just going to be honest with you. I still, for the life of me, don't know what the purpose of this is. I'm not trying to be obtuse, but I just don't get what's the purpose. All right. A tent set up. Justice for Carmelo. Okay, got you. All right. Oh. All right. Let's see if anything else has come up. And this was from the 5th. So this is old. Okay. So he hasn't updated anything new since this. Let me just scan, look at the comments. No, it doesn't look like they found, looks like nothing new. All right. So shout out to JD Miles. Let me just make sure I'm going to follow him, and I'm going to make sure y'all do it by dropping his X account in the chat. Y'all go check him out. All right. That was actually, I have one more, and then hopefully we'll be closer to the end, and maybe we'll actually know that the defense is rested, prosecution is rested, and it's now been given to the jury. I don't know what the jury instructions are going to be like. So we'll, of course, hear about that as well, because they have to give instructions to the jury before they go back to start deliberating. Decoy Voice, great content creator. We've looked at Decoy a lot of times as it relates to like things going on in LA and stuff like that. But he did comment about this. I thought he had an interesting perspective. So I'm going to bring it in real quick. Wait. He wrote that the jury would be able to discuss manslaughter. Oh, really? Okay. So that's part of the instructions. Okay. Okay. So I don't know who, somebody suspended. All right. But okay. Yeah. So here's JD Miles. I'm gonna check out what Decoy Voice has to say, and of course, if anything changes, I'll jump back in. So let's bring Decoy in. Decoy, coming up in front of the church, man. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by.
Inside that track meet tent, jurors also hearing the 3.5-inch pocket knife believed to be the murder weapon is legal to carry in Texas. Correspondent Brooke Taylor.
But I don't know if you're allowed to bring it on campus.
Right.
Reporting live from McKinney, Texas, on all of this for us. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Sandra. Well, we are expecting some sort of update any moment because jurors were supposed to return from a lunch break at 1:30 Eastern time. It's now 2:50 Eastern time. So this delay going over an hour right now. Some of the major questions we have: is the defense close to resting? And will Carmelo Anthony take the stand?
And I heard that the defense didn't want to have to testify. They're like, okay, we're done. The prosecution had their witnesses. I was hoping they would read what the witnesses said, but maybe they can't divulge that, and we're just seeing rumors online.
And testify.
Hold on real quick. I'm going to stop for a second because JD Miles did say some other things. And I think we found a lot of use and found these very beneficial. So I'm going to go back. So about 33 minutes ago, he says, defense in Carmelo Anthony's trial objecting to jury charge before closing arguments began. They are citing provoking the difficulty instruction under the penal code. This is related to self-defense argument and provocation. Okay. And this is 25 minutes ago. Prosecutors argue against defense objections, saying that a rational jury can find there is provocation. The lack of defense wounds, defendants' comments, and a folding knife that was open. Judge overruled defense objection and another objection that the jury charge will not include, criminally negligent homicide as a possible lesser offense. Whew. All right. And then 22 minutes ago, jury will be allowed to consider manslaughter in Carmelo Anthony murder trial as well as murder. All right. So that's where JD Miles is at the current moment. Let's see. I don't think he's updated anything else. Let me hit refresh real quick. Oh, there we go. All right. So a minute ago, closing arguments are 35 minutes. Each prosecutor, Bill Werski, waived the right to open. So lead defense attorney Mike Howard is starting. Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Carmelo Anthony from the tent. He had no legal right to put his hands on Carmelo. Carmelo is in a public place. We ask you this incredibly tough task, which is to follow the law. The government wants to make the case about Carmelo could have just left. You heard that the track event is a social event. It was completely common for kids to be milling around and go by and say hi, stop into a tent. We know that it was raining. I don't know why we had to have this argument about whether it was raining. We know how Texas weather is. So it's easy to think, boy, I better get out of the rain. Okay. So far, I understand what he's saying. He says a witness testified, we had no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. You have to put yourself in his Carmelo's shoes. So you start under the tent. You want to get out of the rain. So you start under the tent. Okay. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say, who are you? You need to leave. I wonder why he brought Hunter in here when everybody said it was Hunter. I'm sorry, everybody said it was Austin, not Hunter. Why did he do that? These guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance that these teenage boys with their raging hormones? What? Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. What? Melo had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I hope that works out for him. I don't think that's a good argument. What are y'all thinking about that? I don't like that argument at all. So Hunter confronted Melo first. Okay. All right, let me refresh again. Let's see if there's anything else new. Okay, I think that's the end of it this time. So let me bring Decoy back up in here very quickly, and I'll keep my eye on it, and we'll chime in as we go. Shout out to Decoy Voice. Come on up here. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
In his own murder trial. Well, the defense has been arguing that Anthony stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in self-defense, and supporters have claimed that race is a factor. But inside the courtroom, jurors have heard testimony that paints a very different picture. Today, the defense called a school police officer to the stand who testified that knives under 5 inches are legal to carry in Texas. But the defense asked it would surprise you if schools had policies against such things. The officer said, no, it would not. Yeah. And one of the defense's own witnesses during cross-examination said, quote, I think Carmelo was in the wrong.
Yeah, because the defense didn't want to testify. I think they wanted to go right to, what is it called? They wanted to be over. I forgot the phrasing.
Prosecutors asked, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? He answered yes. And on the prosecution side, jurors heard from student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, saying he refused to leave their team's tent after Metcalf repeatedly asked him. A 16-year-old witness testified that, quote, Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens, while Metcalf told him, quote, I am not going to fight you.
Kind of sounds like he was there to provoke the fight and was already trying to see if he could say, I want to have self-defense and I'm going to end you. Maybe he didn't think he was going to end him with a 3-inch blade, but I mean, it kind of seems like the witness is there. They said he had his hand in his backpack and said, move me, what are you going to do? Well, I'm not going to leave, F you all. And it's like, yeah, this doesn't sound like self-defense. It sounds like you had initiated this thing and it's not going to end well.
Again, we're expecting some sort of update any moment since jurors were supposed to return to that courtroom over an hour ago. Reporters have not been told yet what this delay is all about, Sandra.
Got it. Keep us posted. Brooke Taylor there in McKinney, Texas for us. Thank you. John?
All right, let's bring in criminal defense attorney Donna Rotuno, host of the Crime and Justice.
Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Let's real quick. Thank y'all so much for the very kind super right here. What do we say, introspective cat? With the 5, dang, the defense really threw in the towel after their first witness. This closing statement is such a reach. I agree. Like, I don't think, I just want to, I really wish we could hear it in context and just hear it ourselves. Because I'm sorry, I don't see how that, it doesn't make sense. If you're asked to leave, you just leave. I've said this before. I think we need to go back and really teach private property rights to our in school again. We need to really, kids need to understand private property. If that would fix a lot of problems. If people understood private property or communal property or whatnot like that, they would just understand it. That would fix a lot of problems. But what do you say here? Thank you so much, Elon, with the 5. Hi. He was suspended from school for bringing a knife. He was banned from school functions. Track meet. Okay, I've heard this before, but I don't know where it came from. So I'm not mad at you. Thank you for the 5. I'm wondering, but didn't he come? They said he came to school on the school bus, or came to the track meet on the school bus. So the school let him come to the track meet, or the track coach rather let him come to the track meet, and he was actually participating in it. That one, I don't know. I mean, they could be in trouble for that for sure if that's what happened. But I just wondered, is that what happened? So definitely let me know if somebody else knows more about it, whatnot. Maybe we'll do a run back tonight or something like that, run over to Fit's channel, whatever like that. So let's keep this going. Shout out to y'all. Thank you so much for that. Let's go.
podcast and the Fox News contributor. You know, Donna, the first rule of cross-examination or even direct examination in a trial is never ask a witness a question you don't already know the answer to. And let's put that back up on the screen with Brooke Taylor.
That's probably why they didn't want to testify.
Just told us about. The witness was asked by the prosecution in cross-examination, and the witness said, I think Carmelo was in the wrong. Prosecutor said, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? Witness said, yes. I don't think the defense knew that that was coming.
They absolutely did not know that was coming. And that one question could really turn the tide here. I mean, at the end of the day, I never thought that this case.
What I don't understand is, Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he like fundraise $1 million from his GoFundMe, which is sickening in the first place? Like, why would he say, hey, he murdered a guy or allegedly murdered a guy? We need $1 million. Like, what? Oh, no, I'm sorry. $500,000. Thank you. $500,000, $600,000. How come he doesn't have a better defense? How come he got a jury that was all white? Like, they keep on saying they kept on contesting the jurors that were black because they wouldn't unbiasedly sentence him had he been found guilty. But you got to wonder, like, $600,000 should be able to finance a better attorney than what he got.
Rose to the level of self-defense. This is a sad, awful, tragic circumstance where a young person made a really horrible decision, but decisions have consequences. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see that the self-defense claim is really not going to hold water here.
I mean, this changes everything.
It does. Well, it does. I mean, I think, though, that the prosecution's witnesses laid this out pretty clearly. I think the prosecutors did a very good job calling witnesses. They stuck to the facts. They asked the pertinent questions.
Did they play the video? Because there's a video of the incident, right? From the school. Here's a public defender. Yikes.
Didn't allow witnesses to kind of go all over the place. And most of the witnesses did testify the same way. So, and remember, you're talking about 17-year-old kids at the time, and they're watching what happens. Emotions are high. But I think at the end of the day, they do want to get up and tell the truth. And I'm sure the defense was not.
Okay. They have not released a video publicly, but they showed it to the jury. So there was nothing getting him out of this then. If the video is as bad as we're thinking it is, the case was open and shut. I'm surprised they didn't offer a plea bargain earlier.
Anticipating that answer, but the prosecution asked the right question, and they definitely got the answer they were looking for.
So they had that police officer, Donna, on the stand who said that carrying a knife under 5 inches is not against Texas law, not illegal. It's probably, though, against school policy, which I believe it was.
Just like you know, I'm here in Georgia, and we all carry here in Georgia. You can't go on a school, even though it's legal to carry in Georgia. You can't go to a school carrying. I mean, that's just it. So, sure, a knife, a blade is legal to carry. I'm sure it's probably legal here in Georgia too, and it's probably illegal to carry it out in school. I don't understand why we're having that argument. Like, why are we making these arguments? It doesn't matter if it's legal, it's illegal, or inappropriate, or there's a school prohibition against carrying a weapon. That's it.
So he was on school property.
No question.
I mean, what argument is the defense looking to make here? That yes, he was on school property, but school wasn't officially in, and therefore the rules are different. I mean, what are they trying to get at here?
Well, I'm not really sure. I don't think it really matters, right? Whether you could have the knife legally doesn't mean that you could use it in the way that it was used. So I think the argument is almost like a red herring. The school obviously has policies. You cannot bring weapons to school. I mean, guns are legal in Texas too, and you can't walk into the doors of schools with weapons. So at the end of the day, I don't think that this argument really makes any difference in terms of whether or not Carmelo Anthony had the right to use the weapon.
Let me also just add, the track meet happened on a Wednesday. It was not on a weekend. It happened on a Wednesday. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like we might need to just be careful because there's information being shared, and it's being shared demonstratively and confidently, but it's not actually correct. This track meet happened on a Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. And just so y'all can see just where I got this from, because just so we don't think I made it up. Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday. The fatal stabbing happened at a track meet on April 2nd. Sorry about that. April 2nd, at the David, I'm not going to butcher that man's name, stadium in Frisco, Texas. So I think we have to be a little bit careful. And we're all like sharing ideas and we're all just trying to navigate this. But I do think we have to be careful because we could just share information that is not true. And therein is the problem when we do that. Let me get that right. I hope that made sense because, yeah. I'm not even certain why we're arguing about the track meet part, actually. Greenheart's in the chat, if you can hear, told me that the audio was lost. Greenheart's when you can hear. Oh, wait, y'all can't hear? Okay, hold on, wait. No, let me know. Hold on, let me back this out. It told me that the audio was lost. Okay, let me pull it back in real quick. Let's start over again. Hey, StreamYard, fix this glitch. You know, I'm a StreamYard stan, but this glitch right here has to be fixed. All right, let me try this again. All right, I'm gonna try it again. Just Greenhearts, you can hear.
Carmelo Anthony is in the opposing team's tent for no good reason. Number two, he's armed with a knife. All right,
And there was other reporting saying that he knew he was in the wrong tent. He was allegedly just trying to provoke a response out of them, like saying, "Oh, at my school we don't have to do this, but then you're not going to tell me to move." And we've seen, not necessarily from this specific incident, but we've seen people going in places they don't belong and just getting not indignant. They're getting offended at the idea that somebody would tell them, "Hey, the rules are different here. You're not supposed to be here." It's like, no, I do whatever I want. This sense of entitlement is getting too much.
Are not in dispute. Those are facts. Then we get the testimony. He's there. He's asked to leave. He doesn't want to leave. He says, "Touch me, you'll find out." According to the testimony, then Austin Metcalf puts a hand on him, gently shoves him, and then he reacts, reaches in, pulls out this knife. Why he had a knife at a track meet is going to be a big issue.
Yes.
You bet it is. Donna.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's armed is obviously the issue. And whether or not he had a right to have it legally on his person or a right to have it at school, I don't really think makes a difference. I mean, the argument for having the knife.
Yeah, the rules may be murky, but the rule is you don't stab somebody. So that's the one we care about.
Doesn't go to whether or not that's a separate crime. The argument having the knife goes to what his intent was. Why are you bringing a knife? And does that then rise to the level of a murder that's more serious than just some, provoked action that maybe you act in a way that you're not thinking about it and it's more of a emotional reaction or sudden provocation?
So one of the key issues here is whether or not Carmelo Anthony should have been in the opposing team's tent. Obviously, during football season, that's something that you don't do. But the defense had a witness on the stand today who said, look, at a track meet, things are a lot more laid back. It's not unusual for opposing team members to wander into the other one's tent.
Because a lot of times, I'm not saying I know anything about this particular incident, but a lot of times the kids know each other. They go to the same house parties. They transfer between schools, especially if they're athletes. Like, they might be buddies and just walking from tent to tent, which is fine. But if someone tells you, "Hey, look, we're doing something here, go back to your own tent," you don't reach into your backpack, grab your knife, and say, "Oh, what the F are you going to do about it?" Like, that seems like it's premeditated.
Here was, did Carmelo Anthony enter the opposing team's tent, and did Austin Metcalf take issue with that, try to push him out of the tent? I mean, this witness that they had on this morning that says it's a lot more casual, what kind of effect do you think that might have had on the jury?
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Because most of the prosecution witnesses testified that he shouldn't have been there. Everybody kind of has their own places. So this witness today that said it was more friendly and you could come in, that didn't really seem to be the tone of the prosecution's witnesses, because many of them said he was asked 15 times to leave and he never left. So I'm not.
See, that's the part. Like, again, I can understand, but if children ask you to leave and say, hey, this is not where you're supposed to be, do you mind leaving? Like, what? I don't understand where the nobility is in not leaving. Show me where the nobility is, where you're the better person, because let's use Decoy. Decoy comes in my studio and I'm like, dude, leave. He's like, no, make me leave. F you, touch me and find out. What makes him a better person? What makes that a better activity? Sure, I can go call the police. Sure, I can do that. Or I can just reach in my desk and we can figure this out. But like, what makes him noble and me a bad person for telling him to leave out of my property or leave from over here? I don't get that part. I don't get how Carmelo is so much nobler because he was told to leave. Like, why didn't he just leave? Maybe that's it. Why did he not just leave? And when you hear witnesses saying, F you, make me leave, touch me, find out, what makes that noble? I don't get why that is a noble response, but Metcalf pushing him is ill noble. And then, of course, him stabbing him in the heart is a high noble activity. Show me, make that make sense, because that makes no sense at all. It's a public space. You can't tell me what to do, probably. Yeah, but you're under the tent, though. The tent does make it different. And again, we could get into the weeds, but I think we all know if somebody say, oh, it's a public space, I'm going to go set up a tent in your front yard, you would have a problem with that. Well, no, it's public space. It's open air. I think everybody would have a problem with that. If I set up a tent in your front yard, just holding up camp in your front yard, you would have a problem with that, and rightly so. If you were having a cookout for your kid's 3rd birthday party at the park, and I just roll up under the credenza, under the cabana with y'all, and be like, oh, well, it's a public space, y'all would easily and rightly be right for saying, Jason, you got to get up out of here. Unless you bring a gift. Now, if I brought a gift, y'all might let me stay, but you got my point. Like, I don't get why this is a noble argument. Well, you should have went and got a teacher. Why didn't he just get up and leave? That's a normal behavior too. F you, make me leave, touch me and find out. That's noble? Man, come on. Come on now. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. What a Bush League big guy with the 10 says this. Jay Whip, bless you. I enjoy your content. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. Now, E Long actually is in Colin. Shout out to y'all. I'm praying for y'all. Pray for y'all this morning. I will be continuing to pray that all goes well and this just dies out. Nothing. No anything. Because I think Collin County did the right thing by allowing this trial. And I think that's crazy work. So y'all don't listen to your peers? I don't understand that. I don't understand that you're not going to make that make sense to me. Just because a child says, hey, man, you're not supposed to be over here. Go ahead and go on and kick rocks. Go and get out of here. So because the child is a child, you don't behave, but it's okay to stab them. Come on now. Come on. Yo, we doing the absolute most in 4K. Come on. Now, that don't even make any sense. I mean, why? Well, I bet you now, yeah, like... I'm sorry. Y'all can't be serious. I'm sorry. You just cannot be serious about that. That can't be a serious argument. Well, it is a kid that told me to leave. It's not your tent. Why do you feel like it's a kid that's telling you to leave? You know it's not your tent. You know it's their tent. Whether it's the kid's tent or the school's tent, you know it's not yours. Why don't you just leave? I don't understand that. You're going to have to make that make sense. Of course. Nah, when I was in high school, another student couldn't tell me what to, okay, I guess. And now look where Carmelo is now. I'm sorry, that's not a noble claim. just because another kid told you that, but you know you're wrong. You know you're not in the right. So all of this other stuff is going to go, and look where he is now. Imagine if he just said, you know what, you're right, my bad, I'm out of here. Holla at you, I'm going to go check out these other kids at the other tent or whatever. Maybe he's just tent hopping. But clearly, I don't know what's noble about it. Fine, no other kid could tell me, but look where he got him. That's just some wild work. That's just some wild work in 4K. Y'all going to have it. You go keep it. Let's roll. Shout out to Decoy Voice.
So sure.
Probably because I'm guessing because he had the knife and thought he had some sort of. He wasn't going to be told to do anything because he brought a weapon.
That really matters in terms of the crime itself. I think what it does do, though, is it paints for the jury the picture of what was going on in that tent and why Mr. Anthony would have pulled a knife out of his bag. He was obviously upset. He obviously didn't want to leave. And I think that they're trying to show that he knew exactly what he was doing when he put his hand inside that bag.
Oh, boy. All right. Donna Rotuno with the very latest. And
tragic.
Which has come out of that. Absolutely tragic. Donna, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Yeah. And it's sad because the more you see about this is, I don't know, I think this is the same thing. Where the defense arrests, is this the same thing?
Martha, at any moment we are expecting some sort of update. That's because these jurors were let out on a lunch break. When they came back, there was a delay for more than an hour where they didn't let the jurors and reporters back in the courtroom. Reporters outside the courtroom said they saw prosecutors go in and out, and Austin Metcalf's mother and father also go inside the courtroom. Just a few minutes ago, jurors and reporters were allowed back in. Refreshing my phone here, we have our producer also all on standby.
This is crazy, man, how they're able to keep this going. Shout out to JD Miles. We were looking at him a little bit earlier. He has updated some more things. So we watched earlier, about 25 minutes ago, closing arguments at 25 minutes in length each. So now he's actually new commentary. All right, so let's go. 12 minutes ago, we heard a lot of different accounts about kids who were under that tent. I know it's obvious, but let me just say it. Every single one was a Memorial kid. We should be on guard for having bias because, of course, of course they would. Austin was their leader. So we heard a very jumbled account of what really happened in that tent. It was a shove. It was a hit. It was a lineman drill. Yeah. And on Anthony leaving the scene, not exactly escaping like the guilty do. Melo had every opportunity to go right out that exit. We heard about Melo's emotions. Every single person who saw him down on the track said he was crying. What did he say? Melo said he's not going to die. It's clear he thought that he stabbed him in a place that was not going to die. Austin reportedly said that Carmelo, according to the witness, if you don't move, I'll beat your A. As much as we may not like it, even 17-year-old kid can legally have a 5.5-inch blade, even in a high school stadium. Yes, it's a violation of policy, but it's not a crime. I don't think anybody argued that it was a crime. It's just you committed a crime with it. Texas law does not require that you wait until you get hit. So ask yourself, has the government ruled out reasonable doubt when you put yourself in Melo's shoes under that tent? All right. There is his, I think that's 48 seconds ago. They're keeping it going. You didn't hear the words motive in the jury charge, but you can make reasonable deductions as to how that applies to intent. Carmelo has no motive other than he absolutely felt like he was in danger. The evidence is very clear. These kids didn't know each other. This case is not about race as much as people want to make it about that, which shout out to that. I agree 100% there. There's no evidence that Carmelo did anything but really thinking he was defending himself in a split second of chaos. He says the way the knife entered shows that it wasn't intentional. He says Carmelo's hands was underneath the knife, not on top of it. Underneath it. Okay. I didn't know that was. Okay. on credibility of Memorial State students who testify. I understand whether they were coming from, they lost their brother, on why Carmelo didn't walk away. If you turn your back on him, who knows what happens? Okay. We have this chorus of people, but it's too late to turn your back. What's going to happen? I don't know. On Carmelo keeping his hand in his bag. I'm just going to push back here. Hold on. Wait, hold on. But you're literally saying, sorry about that. He literally said, F y'all. So it can't be that he was feeling in danger. You literally said, if you touch me, find out. So I don't know if that one's going to fly. If he had said, you know what, I'm just here, I'm hanging out with my friend, but he provoked the situation by saying, F you, touch me and find out, make me do it. Touch me, you'll find out. That kind of stuff. That doesn't sound like he was in danger. On Carmelo keeping his hand in the bag. I don't have something in the bag. You don't have something in the bag. I do have something in that bag. What is that? You don't have something in that bag. I do have something in that bag. On the touch me and find out comment from Carmelo. That is the ultimate warning. It is the ultimate back off. Okay. So how is he in danger when he's giving the ultimatums? If you're giving ultimatums and you're not in danger. You're not in danger telling the mugger, the robber, the person that's going to harm you, kick rocks or whatever like that. If you're right. I don't know about that one, my guy. I think this is the last one. Yeah, that was 5 minutes ago, 17 minutes ago. Okay, so we are caught up. Let me put a little heart there so I can see next time. Next time it uploads, I will update so I can see that I've already read these ones. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Let's jump back over to Decoy. Shout out to Decoy. All right, let's go.
By waiting to find out what this delay was all about. But
he's taking a plea, Chad, right? He's taking a plea saying, we're not winning this, and hopefully getting the charges turned down.
Anthony is charged with murder after admitting to stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in the chest during a high school track meet last year. Investigators say the confrontation started after Anthony was sitting under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. Witnesses testified that Metcalf repeatedly asked him to leave. One witness said that Anthony was asked to leave about 15 times. So far, the defense has called up 6 witnesses, including one teen who said this during cross-examination, quote, I think confrontation from more than a dozen student witnesses.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so did we see this?
Yeah, we are. We saw that already.
Was important. More than a dozen student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, including an 18-year-old student athlete. This was important testimony because he knew both Anthony and Metcalf and even previously hung out with Anthony. He testified, quote, Anthony said, you will have to move me. Austin put his hands on his back. I saw Carmelo's hand go in the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there. Carmelo said, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke me. Again, we are just waiting to find out what that delay is. As soon as we have that answer, we will bring it to you, Martha.
Yeah. When every eyewitness says the same exact thing and it lines up with common sense / logic, it should be an easy case. That's why I think he's got to go into a plea.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. Let's bring in Josh Ritter, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and Fox News contributor. Josh, obviously, Brooke is waiting. We're all waiting to figure out what this delay is as we wait for the defense to continue their part of this case. Any thoughts on what might be happening here?
At this point in the trial, my first instinct was perhaps they're talking to Carmelo Anthony about whether or not he wants to testify. And sometimes that takes some time. He has to confer with his attorneys, even if it's at the last moment, him making a decision. The judge also has to advise him of his rights, that he has a right to testify. But then hearing that the Metcalf family has been brought inside the courtroom along with the prosecutors, this could be last-minute plea negotiations. I mean, things like this do happen. We're at the end of the prosecution's case. We're hearing that the defense case may not be going as they had hoped and planned, and perhaps they're looking for some last-ditch
You're forced
effort
to
to try to
testify.
spare him a lifetime in prison.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if his attorney's saying, "Hey, you're probably facing life. If there's anything we can do to salvage any of your freedom, like a possibility of probation with a plea, maybe we just do that and save everybody any more grief." But I mean, I think it's sad. But okay, this is horrendous in itself. But the crazier part about this is how many people are protesting on behalf of Carmelo Anthony, and how they don't necessarily have a he's guilty or he's innocent or he was doing self-defense. It's just race for them. It almost seems like they're just happy that a poor victim and his family are harmed from this. Like they just want it because all they do is see things through the lens of race. And it's actually kind of horrifying that we live amongst racists that wish this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed, if evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by.
And we saw this same thing with Breonna Taylor, where I'm sorry, not Breonna Taylor. When they found out that it was actually, I think it was Michael Brown, was actually reaching for the officer's weapon and wasn't hands up, don't shoot. They say, we don't care about the reality. We're just about the rioting and the looting and the police that are shady.
Theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
So it means that she's actually openly admitting she's a Black mother. So if her children were to commit some sort of atrocity, she wouldn't care because she's tribalism first over justice. It was Mike Brown, yes.
So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. She can't fathom being the mother of Austin Metcalf. She literally can't imagine her son not committing the murder. Like this is very telling of where she sees herself, because I feel like a lot of people, when they see a police body cam interaction, they're soft snitching on themselves. Do they see somebody enforcing the law? Do they take the side, or not necessarily body cam? When they see somebody like, a horrendous murder was committed, do they see themselves as the innocent victim, or do they see themselves as the murderer? And it's almost like self-snitching of, if you mentally take the side of, well, maybe you had a reason to kill the person, we know what you had the propensity to do. I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I got to think okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, to react?
I do not believe in a single instant that if her son was murdered, she would think, okay,
what did you do?
Yeah, he was killed and I lost my son. You love your son. But what did he do to deserve the murder? I refuse to believe that's where her brain would go.
We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why I said.
This is a very interesting comment. Shout out to Deshelvi. I apologize. I don't want to butcher your name, and I'm not going to do that. But shout out to you, because I've been wondering this. People have commented that some of the people that are outside protesting are not native to Frisco or McKinney or anything. Some people not even native to Texas, I heard. So shout out. Thank you so much for sharing that. Definitely praying that all goes well and you all have no issues, no problems at all. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. I'll definitely be looking forward to hearing what y'all have to say when the verdict comes out. Let's go.
If my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours.
Wow.
And there's the race thing. She's like, I'm taking race out of it. No. You already sided with him because you started with instant that if her son was murdered, she would think, okay,
better mine than yours.
Yeah, he was killed and I lost my son. You love your son. But what did he do to deserve the murder? I refuse to believe that's where her brain would go.
We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why I said catch-22, if my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours.
And there's the race thing. She's like, I'm taking race out of it. No. You already sided with him because you started with as a black mother. Yeah, she is disgusting.
Better mind than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy.
Yeah, everybody loses if all of a sudden riots take to the streets, kill more innocent black people, and loot your local Starbucks and throw bricks through your local Target, and they shut down, and you end up with a food desert in your hometown. Everybody loses there. But only one family loses if you just lock away the murderer forever. Like the Carmelo, Austin Metcalf's family loses. Maybe you lock away a murderer that shows up to a high school campus saying, "Move me," while placing his hand on a knife.
Allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly, allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
The let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if Carmelo,
I'm pretty certain when George Floyd died, the white community marched in unison. You probably had more white marchers than you did black marchers for BLM. You're trying to be condescending to them, but there was a large movement for that.
Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf.
They wouldn't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday.
Yeah, we already saw this part.
And she's like, saying like, "Oh, people wouldn't care." Sad to say, she would not be out there. That mother, she would not be out there had it been a black guy stabbed Carmelo Anthony. That happens an awful lot. It's a tragedy when it happens every time. Look at Chicago, but you never see them, the Black Panthers, showing up, marching against a black man murdering another black man. Very, very sad.
I don't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
What?
It was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's not necessarily about race on that. It's about the individual jurors that when questioned were refusing to give an unbiased opinion about sentencing. I don't blame a race. I blame those specific jurors for not getting through the selection process.
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Carmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know,
Fair.
We know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on.
Maybe sometimes they do. I'm not saying, but maybe sometimes they do. I wouldn't just throw that out there as if it's not a possibility.
That's an accident, self-defense. That's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first-degree murder? Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
I honestly could see it as being downgraded to manslaughter, where he meant to harm him, like heat of the moment type of thing.
I
He
can see
show
that.
up to do it, but when it presented with it, so I could see it being downgraded like that.
Yeah.
And also with that blade, I don't know, like I wonder if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt he showed up that day to do that kid in, having not known him, to my understanding.
Do you think Carmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Carmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. So
That's wild work.
definitely. I mean, you look at the charge. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two.
Again, he hasn't seen the video, but he's already come up with a verdict for himself. Very scary that he's a community leader.
Guys, I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was two people. So,
And again, this was before trial actually started. So this was like last Thursday before witnesses started testifying. Now, that doesn't mean anything because, again, the narrative has taken on its own level of lore and all that kind of jazz. But that's where this was, to try to give the guy a little bit of duck and cover.
2 against 1, that's self-defense.
Again, you hear their opinions because you want to hear what the other side says. But sad to say, Savannah Hernandez was amongst these protesters of justice saying one of the most shocking things I witnessed today was this woman in pink screaming, "You're going to end up like Metcalf. You're going to be pushing up daisies."
Wow.
I caught the tail end of her saying this to Metcalf supporters in the clip. I also witnessed several Carmelo supporters get extremely aggressive. Link below. And immediately they'd say, "We told y'all to stop coming the F over here." At one point, I started warning every reporter who was trying to speak to the group, as earlier, another local reporter had tapped the shoulder of the man who led their chants. This man immediately squared up and acted like the reporter had punched him. Exactly. Almost like they're looking for a fight. I've been covering protests for 7 years, and this is some of the most violent and racially charged rhetoric I've ever encountered. And here's the thing is, they're basing this thing on race. They're basing it saying, you're going to end up like Metcalf. And I think the same thing that happens with like immigration, where moderate political activists, not activists, like moderate people, like moderately conservative and moderate liberals just say, hey, should we be providing asylum to refugees? They see it as like, a political thing. Should we be doing this or not? But some of these people coming over the border are fighting essentially a holy war. They're here because they think they need to make America their religion. We're coming from the Middle East, and America is violating the rules we receive from God. So we need to come to America, colonize you, and make you live more modestly. The women are showing too much skin. This is a holy war from them to come over here and can forcibly convert you. The same thing is happening with this scenario, where a lot of moderate people are just here to say, hey, look, was this self-defense? Was this premeditated murder? And the other side is, this is a race war for them. And it's like, we can never find commonality with people where it's like, hey, we're just looking to do legalities and trying to find common ground. You can't find common ground with someone that is fighting a holy war or a race war against you. I'm not trying to radicalize anybody against this, but it's one of those things of, you're trying to have a civilized conversation and hear him out. You just got to ignore them. You're never going to get useful input from somebody that sees you as an enemy combatant. Because this one guy said, they were yelling crackers and everything. They say, this guy is Jacob Blake Sr. He's been mad since 2021 when cops shot his son and paralyzed him. And since then, he's become an extremely hateful man who tours with BLM-fronted groups. And it's like, I didn't even realize Jacob Blake was even still a thing. Didn't they realize it wasn't? Remember, the narrative in the beginning was Jacob Blake just showed up and saw two women fighting. Jacob Blake called 911 and said, hey, I'm trying to stop this fight. And then the cops shot and paralyzed him. Like, that was the narrative in the beginning. And then later on, they realized, oh no, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but didn't he say he was there? This was his ex. They had kids together. He had digitally ordered her on a previous occasion. And the court testimony is disgusting what he did. And then when he got shot and paralyzed, he was in the process of kidnapping the kids. He had already, I think he body checked the one cop on the ground, and he was actively reaching for a knife in his car with the kids inside. And that's when the cops, unfortunately, fired upon him and paralyzed him. Kamala Harris went to the hospital and told him, I'm proud of you. But it's like, I thought you guys were all about, like, women's rights and stopping people that would abuse them and kidnap their children and assault them and then try to fight the cops. Like, why would he become the hero? And yet you still have this guy platform, the father, that probably got donations based on that atrocity that his son had committed. And now he's like the face of this thing. You can't have a civilized conversation or debate with a zealot, a perpetual victim. It is their entire identity, and any questioning of it threatens their entire view of self. Exactly. If you attack the narrative, you're attacking them as a person, and then it becomes personal. You can no longer have a conversation about ideas, virtues, and values. It's all about, you're making me feel bad as a person. Now I'm screeching and yelling.
Shout out to Decoy Voice. Link is down in the description. I really do appreciate it. And y'all know what I've been doing, so I've been keeping y'all up to date. JD Miles has come back and has something new to say. Let's see what he had to say. So JD says this: the prosecution's closing argument, Bill Worsicki. I'm gonna butcher that. It's Bill W. On Carmelo's touch me comment. Do not let them turn threat into a warning. Okay. You heard the testimony. You know it was a threat. It wasn't a warning. On the defense testimony that Austin could have stabbed himself, that's ludicrous. What should be important is mindset. He took a knife to a track meet. He was going to come out on top of any hostile encounter. That's mindset. That this is one of those rare cases where every important fact can be boiled down to one sentence. You do not get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. It's crystal clear. The facts are simple. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. They said he was confused because the twins were coming at him. Again, trying to turn the threat into a warning. There was no fuse on this thing. They went from 0 to 100 like that. Thank goodness we have the video. The video tells a story. Why didn't he just walk? No, I'm sorry. Why didn't he just not walk away? Is the double negative. You see, had a choice to walk away and abandon the encounter. All right. So shout out, let me see if he has anything else in here. He does not. All right. He does not have anything else. Well, let's see if he's added any more to it. So what I'm doing is I'm putting a heart there so I know I've already read it. Bada boom. And there's more. Wait. Yeah, okay, there's more. And Bill is our guy, man. More prosecutions closing on whether manslaughter would apply in this case instead of murder. If you think A.M. Austin Metcalf impaled himself on Carmelo Anthony's knife, then find him guilty of manslaughter. Wow. Oh, he's not playing games. He's not playing games. He said, oh, no, if you think the man just walked into it, then you go ahead and give him manslaughter. All witnesses, they all said Carmelo Anthony provoked it. Why self-defense doesn't apply? You can meet deadly force with deadly force in Texas, but you can't meet force, a shove, with deadly force, a stab. Size differential, it doesn't work in this case. You don't get to kill someone just because they are bigger than you. Oh man, he means business. That's why I know that's probably why they were looking so sad, because he's going for the fence. Self-defense has to be a reasonable belief. A reasonable belief means a belief that would help. I think it means would be. It would be, I think it should be would be held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same situation as the defendant. So would you, as a reasonable person, have pulled out your blade and jabbed him, or would you have walked away or said, hey, like, let's go to fisticuff? But, what would you have done reasonably? It has to be immediately necessary. Where was the immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed young man? It's not self-defense, folks. It's murder. Murder, plain and simple. Yeah. That brother should have gone ahead and took a plea. This is going to be harsh. No one's standing up. No one's surrounding Carmelo Anthony. The Memorial kids hadn't turned on him. The video was so important. You can see with your own eyes how normal that day was. At some point, when he reached into that bag, he opened it and had it ready to go. That was a question I was asking myself too. Like, when he put his hand in the bag and had his hand in the bag, was he, opening up the blade, pulling the blade out, ready to go? Did Austin Metcalf have defensive wounds? No, he never saw it coming. If this case was really about a young man trying to stay out of the rain, get under the bleachers, on why he ran for an exit instead of for a coach, it's a guilty mindset. He touched me. He did this. He did that. What would he have said if he was really confronted with both of the twins? His words alone belie the fact that This was a one-on-one. Oh yeah, I got you. He touched me. He did this. Not they did. Those boys, the boys, anything of that nature. I get what he's saying. This was not a mob of Memorial kids. Right, there we go. Reciting a witness who testified about Carmelo's behavior. He had it in his mind what he was going to do. Wow. Let me see if I don't think it doesn't seem like he's like adding more to his commentary in the chat. So, or in the, let me just refresh it real quick. Okay. Shout out to JD Miles as a CBS 11 news reporter in Dallas, Texas. Shout out to him. Okay, so at the current moment, we're caught up. That was like 4 minutes ago. Let me just double check. All right. What do y'all think, y'all? What do y'all think? What y'all thinking, people? What y'all thinking? This is very interesting. I hope that the jury takes the time necessary to make the right decision and move on from here. Definitely praying that everything remains calm in Frisco, in McKinney, and in Dallas and abroad. There's no reason for any of that stuff that we're hearing people talk about. So what do y'all think? What do y'all thinking? A lot of good commentary in the chat. Thank y'all so much, everybody who's already up in here. Why? Oh my gosh. I can see where you're going with that, but why? Why would you want to do that? I've never thought like, oh, I wake up today, I want to delete somebody. I've never thought of that. I've never had that thought. Never. That's crazy work, man. Okay, and you know what? I can rock with this. He said, I don't think it was premeditated because he didn't know Austin would approach or hit him. He was just prepared for anything. I'm sorry, for any time to defend himself day by day. Could have been anywhere. Okay, I can rock with that. I can dig that for sure. I've lived by it's all about someone other than me. Then if someone did something wrong, it's wrong, and then the person is on their own. I got you. Thank you so much, love. I don't think so. If they are, I don't think. And somebody who lives in Texas kind of said like they're not going to allow those shenanigans. If they are, they're going to be somewhere else, and that's going to be on them because that just shows that like what's the purpose of that? I don't get it. Yeah, just because you have permission to sit there, right? Yeah. I am not him. Thank God I'm not him. Praise God I'm not him. Absolutely. I would much rather not be him, be either of them. Let's be honest. All right, Lady Dreamer said she's about 2 hours away. She's a little worried. I'm hoping cooler heads prevail, but I understand your point. I'm just looking real quick to check on brother JD Miles. Okay. He hasn't said that the jury has gotten the instructions yet. So I'm kind of hold out to see if they get jury instructions. Then that way, when we end, we know the jury is out deliberating. And then we can kind of go from there. But we'll see what happens. Let's see. Wow. Texas National Guard, man. I mean, hey, get it done. Keep civility. I'm with y'all. A lot of good commentary back and forth. What's me say? What do you say, man? Shout out. Change of status, new life, new car, new house, all on the death of another child. I, as a mixed man, sent $10K to the Metcalf family. This is injustice, even when justice gets served. Thank you so much, man, for the very kind super. You are definitely the stream sponsor. And I agree. I'm like, the more I hear it, though, I'm kind of thinking, that comment, earlier that the family set Carmelo up. I'm kind of wondering, like, how do y'all have a public defender and y'all collected $600,000-$700,000 and you have somebody of this nature that wasn't able to even level a defense that even took the afternoon, for crying out loud? Actually, the closing argument seems to be longer than your actual defense. That's crazy work. Yeah, I have family in Frisco, Texas. So, I know Frisco, Texas is beautiful. Definitely a beautiful place. I wanted to stay that way. Yeah, for sure. What did you say here? What's going on here? Michelle says this. Thank you for the 5. I hate reading out loud. I stumble over easy words. It's like my mouth and my brain can't multitask together. Thanks for reading this so I can listen. You're more than welcome. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it, friend. All right. So, do we need to pray for like rain in Texas or something? Tornadoes or something to keep everybody calm? No, we don't want tornadoes. That's crazy, Jason. By the way, all of the videos that we watched, and including Mr. Miles, I'm going to put that one in the chat right now. They're all in the description, and I'll put JD Miles in the description when I get finished. They're all in the description of this video, so you can go back and check Decoy or Davari Darkins. We watched Davari Darkins. We watched them earlier, all that kind of stuff like that. You can see all those, and all the clips that we watched this morning are in the chat. I'm sorry, in the description of the video. I'm kind of with you, and I love Chunk. I'm with you. I think it's a big nothing burger. I think really when the smoke clears, people realize, you know what, that brother did do that. His justice is going to be metered out if he's found guilty, whether it be manslaughter, first degree, whatever. He gets 30 years. And I don't know if they sentence him right there and immediately or not. They come back to sentence. But I think most people realize that. They're just talking reckless on social media, but I think most of us realize, hey, the brother did that. And even in that, like there's no way possible you thought Carmelo Anthony was just going to get to walk out. There's no way under the sun you thought he was just going to walk out the door with a slap on the wrist and keep it moving. You just didn't think that. Thunderstorms keep people at home. Absolutely. Dang, mom and dad knew the kid was guilty. They just took the money. Dog on it. That's sad. It would be manslaughter. Okay. Okay, I heard it was a public defender. Let me double check that because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe let me. Literally, the question is the first question. Is Carmelo Anthony? Did Carmelo Anthony? Carmelo Anthony's charged. Oh no! It says no. I'll take that back. They have a. No, it says they hired her. Let me pull this in just so you can see it. What I'm reading. And this is it. So I'll take that back then. I was wrong. Carmelo Anthony, the teenager charged in the 2025 fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in Frisco, Texas. Track meet is represented by a retained private counsel. His family hired an experienced Dallas-based criminal defense attorney, Mike Howard. All right. So, well, this is the problem, though. This is the thing. And, shout out to all the legal experts and such like that have jumped into the chat or will be addressing this. The attorney, no matter who you hire, you could hire, Harvey Specter, you can hire Matlock, you can hire whomever. They're only as good as the evidence that you give them. And if you're cooked, you're cooked. There's no way around that part. So I don't know I don't think even though I did think he had a public defender. So again, I apologize. I apologize to Mike Howard. Don't sue me, bro. But oh gosh, am I in trouble, y'all? I'm in trouble, y'all. Oh no, Carmelo elected a jury to sentence him if he's convicted, not the judge. Oh, really? Shout out to Fit Lawyer. So Carmelo elected to have the jury sentence him. Is that smart? So the jury just found me guilty, and then they get to determine your punishment. Wow. I think that's probably the first time I've ever heard this. I'm sure maybe because I'm paying attention now. Shout out to Fit Lawyer. Thank you so much for that and for supporting the stream. Wow. Okay. So now you got me. Now you got my attention. Now you got your boy's attention. That's a very interesting theory or move. Is that common? Fit, I might have to drop the link for you to come on here. Let me ask you that. Let me see something. You probably working. You probably like, look, I'm doing work, Jason. I'm just listening. I ain't got no time for that stuff. No, that's a very interesting theory. Okay, so that's interesting. I wondered, is that common? Maybe that's the question I'm asking. Is that common behavior? Ooh. He said, I would, because the judge would give me max time, at least half. Ooh, okay. So let me ask this question. And here it is right here. They didn't think that they would get an all-white jury, perhaps. Well, number one, it's not an all-white jury. There's not any black people on the jury. But let me ask this question. What would change if I were on the jury or you were on the jury? Would you vote differently based upon the evidence that's presented to you? Like what would be what's the benefit of having a black person on the jury? Let me ask that question. Like, what is the benefit of it? Is that guaranteed that he's going to get off or something? Like, what is the advantageous moment there? What is that? This is a very short trial. I thought it was going to be at least till the Friday. I thought it was going to go till Friday. I'm sitting here like, wait, what? Prosecution rested. What? Defense rested. Closing statements. We're on Tuesday. I'm seriously thinking today's Wednesday. Like, just because of that alone. Like, I think today's Wednesday. Oh, no. Not in Cobb. Don't be up in Cobb. Hold on. I told y'all Fit was working. So shout out to Fit Lawyer. She out there working, but she listening. I appreciate you. It's a Texas law. That's the other thing I really appreciate about watching these cases with you all. There's stuff that I learn about Texas, things I learn about Delaware, things I learn about other places that you just wouldn't be paying attention to under any other circumstances. There is no real sane reason for me to have known that, but now I know it and I'm glad I do. Okay, shout out to Mindy. Mindy said she would love a lawyer's perspective. Then make sure that you tap in to Fit Lawyer ATL tonight. She's going to be going over this evening. So I know that emphatically. She says she's going to do it. She's got the stream plan. I'll put up a community post because I'm going to probably be listening as well because she's probably going to correct all my homework, all the things I said that were wrong because she likes correcting me. So y'all pray for Fit. But Fit will be on this evening at 6:00 Eastern Standard Time. And who knows? We might have a verdict by then. The way this thing is going, good gracious, man. All right. Okay, I'm just scanning through here. Thank y'all, everybody who's tapped in. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. to Mew Mew for being the stream sponsor, the cookout sponsor. You get an invitation to the cookout for sure. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Oh goodness. When somebody puts something in my text saying breaking news, okay. I see some good commentary back and forth. J-Way. I am not Candace Owens. I'm not Candace Owens. Cannot time travel. It's different understanding of who's on trial. Obviously, by some, the comments we think is a different perspective. I got you. I just don't think that if there were black people on trial or on the jury, are we saying that black people would look at the facts differently because the person is black? That's the part I think. I don't know if we want to start that trend of saying, oh, well, if you have black people on the jury, they're going to automatically vote no matter what they say, no matter what evidence you bring, they're going to move in a different direction because it's a black person. I think that's definitely a sticky wicket that we do not want to get into. But we want to get into is what Mr. J.D. Miles has said. J.D. Miles is, I don't know who J.D. Miles is, but he might need to be the MVP of the stream. All right, let's bring him back in. Let's go. All right, so 20 minutes ago, more prosecution closing. Oh, wait, we read that one, Jason. 9 minutes ago. All right, more prosecution closing. I'm not going to fight you, Austin says multiple times. On the one witness who knew about Austin and Carmelo, it wasn't a hard push. It was a small shove. Carmelo Anthony was trying to prove that he could do, sorry about that. They could do a violent act. Why is this not working? There we go. Violent act. Well, he sure did, folks. He sure did. All told, you the exact same thing. It's not self-defense. Austin didn't want to fight. So, I mean, there we go. It's a tragedy for everyone involved. And there's a lot of truth in that outside this courtroom. It's not a tragedy. It's not a tragedy for Carmelo Anthony. It's a tragedy because of the decision he made. It is a senseless that Austin Metcalf lost his life on Wednesday morning at a high school track meet. You don't take weapons to school events, but he did. Ultimately, this case is about accountability. What kind of community do you want to live in? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. This is powerful right here. They're going to put that on a t-shirt. That's going to get on a t-shirt. What kind of community do you want to live in? Fit just said that the jury is officially deliberating. Thank you so much, Fit. Oh, man. Oh. All right, keep this dance going. Thank you so much, Fit. You represent the community today. As unpleasant as it may be, it's your duty to follow your oath and hold this young man accountable for his senseless murder. I beg you to make justice swift in this case. Closing arguments over. Judges giving instructions to alternate jurors. Wow. Okay, let's go back. All right, there's is that the one we already read? Okay, we read this one. Okay, so we read that one. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Looks like jury instructions. The jury in Carmelo Anthony murder trial has just retired to deliberate. After closing arguments are finished, they will decide between murder, manslaughter, or acquittal. Wow. Here we go. It's in the jury's hands, y'all. Man, who would have thought that this trial would be that quick? Wow. All right. Well, it's in the jury's hands now. And we're going to see. And this is all right. So now it's going to be an epic game of wait and see. Okay. We're going to wait and see, y'all. We're going to wait. What I'm going to do is I do want to say thank y'all to everybody who's tapped in today. This was again, I just wanted to go over this, and I thought we would just kind of hit some high points, but there's some good things that popped in. Thank you so much to Kevin Briggins who hopped in. Thank you so much to the stream sponsor, man, blessing us, as well as Mike blessing so many members with subscribers with new memberships. Shout out. Thank you to all the good content creators that popped through. I do want to encourage you all this evening. Fit Lawyer ATL is going to be doing a review of this. I'm trying to stall because the jury might come back while I'm talking, but I know that Fit Lawyer ATL is going to be on it. I think it would be amazing if you all made sure y'all came by and checked out what she's doing. She does excellent work. She is a lawyer here in Atlanta. She's been on my channel before. She's done great work helping straighten out this pre-K law student. So y'all fall through tonight. As soon as she drops the link, I'll make sure it's available. I know the mods have already dropped the link to her channel in the chat. I would love for y'all to go by. I'm gonna be in the chat. I know that. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes from people that know what they talk about. But who knows, man? I don't want to say like, here we go, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The verdict comes in sooner than if the verdict comes in sooner than that. There we go. Shout out to Fit. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate you. Wonderful content creator. Shout out to Atlanta. One of Atlanta's finest. There we go. There's a link right there. Y'all make sure y'all tap that link. Go ahead and hit that notification bell. All that kind of good jazz. Make sure that y'all tap in. I'm gonna do attendance. I'm gonna be taking attendance when we get over there. So make sure y'all there. Make sure you're ready. Bells on. All that kind of good jazz. Y'all, who in the world thought this would get this fast, man? I'm still taken aback at how fast this was. But this is gonna be wild. I'm just double checking. I'm looking at brother JD Miles, just checking, make sure nothing new has popped up. Let me put a little heart there so I know which one I read, just in case he comes in. There we go. All right. Woo. So let me ask this question, and then we're gonna bug out of here. Oh, by the way, an update. By the way, many people have asked. Y'all know my mom. Her shoulder surgery went A-OK. She was in rehab, getting her physical therapy, all that kind of good jazz like that. She went home yesterday, and my niece, shout out to my niece, my favorite niece, she is taking care of driving her grandmother around today and such like that. So she's back home, and we're actually going to run by and check on her because I actually have to take her vehicle to the shop. So we got it cleaned and all that kind of stuff, but come find out there's a mechanical issue. So we're going to take it to the shop. So I'm going to go pick it up, take it to the shop. So thank y'all for praying for my mom. All is well. She's back home. She's got 2 mechanical shoulders. We're going to be cracking jokes. We're going to be asking, does she need to get an oil change? We're going to ask, does it need to get charged? All that kind of stuff like that, because that's what we do. So anyway, thank y'all so much for that. I was wondering this question. Do you agree with that theory? I don't remember what video it was. We watched it earlier that Carmelo, basically gambled that if he took a plea deal versus taking it to court. Do you think that's what happened? Just a simple question. Just a simple question. Do you think that's what happened? That he, for lack of a better term, took a gamble. Let me take it to court versus copping a plea. Do you believe that is kind of how we got here? He was never offered a deal. Okay. I think his parents did. Oh, you know what? That's a question then. Okay. That's a question. Could Carmelo Anthony have come to the prosecution and said, hey, I will plead guilty if you give me, 20 years or 10 years with parole or something like that? Can they make or does it have to be the prosecution? That's a question. I know Fit or one of our legal experts could chime in. Can the defendant come to the prosecution and make an offer, if that makes sense? Does that make sense? Or does it have to only come from the prosecution? Yes, the offer. I don't know. Yes, the prosecution never offered one because well, yeah. Ooh, defense cannot craft it. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Oh, okay. Maybe he never was offered it then. Okay. Defense attorneys offer plea deals all the time. He thought it was innocent. Okay. Ooh, goodness gracious. Many do gamble. Someone close to me was offered 13 years, took it to trial in Maryland and got life. Is year 29 now. Goodness gracious. That's twice as long. He could have been out 13 years ago. Nice. Goodness gracious, man. They could have got a lawyer that worked a plea deal. I can speak, I promise you. But it must come from the prosecutor. And I think that's probably right. The prosecutor was probably like, look, oh wait, I saw Fit. Hold on, Fit just said something. There's always an offer. You may not like it, but there's always an offer. It could be life. And the defense can offer one as well. It's up to the state to agree. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Fit. There we go. I just thought that was interesting. So either way, I don't know how we got here. He didn't mount a defense. Well, let me ask you this though. Did the lawyer suck or was the information that was given to him suck? Right? I think we all can agree that Michael Jordan was a fantastic basketball player. So go back to peak Michael Jordan time, right? Peak Michael Jordan. He was just killing it. But if you gave Michael Jordan a 12-pound basketball to shoot, would he be killing it? The basketball weighed 12 pounds. I think it's fair to say that even Michael Jordan couldn't fix that. You give him a 12-pound basketball, what the world is this? And the lawyer is only as good as the evidence that you give him. I think the problem is the case was terrible. The case was absolutely terrible. There really wasn't a way around this. And so it didn't really matter how good the lawyer was, in my opinion. I'm a pre-K law student. I know nothing, absolutely nothing. But they did offer Thug. You're right. You know, Fit is here in Atlanta. You know about offering young Thug that deal? They offered Thug a deal. So even in that, like, the lawyer is only as good as the evidence and the information that they have. I just don't think it wasn't salvageable. The evidence was stacked against the brother. The evidence was there. I mean, he should have just pled out or offered it. There we go. I like how you said that. See, that's much better, Mocha Mom. Thank you so much. Your case is only as good as your verifiable facts. I think the facts, going back up here to what's said here, the facts were against them. And I could be wrong, but I don't see how, like, sure, a lawyer might have argued it better. A lot of injuries with the 12. Right, but I think you get my point. You're not raining down threes with a 12-pound basketball. So the evidence, the facts, play a big role in it. That would have been crazy, though. That's a good question. Okay. So Matt Hatter said this: the defense allowed their witness to become a tool of the prosecution to prove guilt. So I'm not sure if that's just weak witness or just a poor defense. Remember earlier, we watched that clip where it said, you never ask a question that you don't have the answer to. And I'm just wondering, I don't know if, and again, maybe we need to have Fit do like a little pre-K law school class. Like, how do you plan to argue against your opponent? Do you study what they might ask? I don't know. Because did they not know that question? I don't remember the exact question it was, but it was one of these clips we watched earlier when Kevin was on. So, yeah, I mean, it was just wild work. This is a great point. There's nothing for the defense to work with. when the client is guilty and confessed it himself. I mean, that's the 12-pound basketball. You can't, even Michael Jordan can't make that a thing. Yeah, a lot of people calling us out. They're only as good as the evidence. All right, what do we have here? Thank you so much. What is it? What's Michelle say here? If he would have pled out, his parents wouldn't have gotten the GoFundMe money. In my opinion, his parents suck. You know what? There might be something there too. Now I think about it. Doesn't GoFundMe have like something, a clause in it about money applied to persons that have committed a crime of some sort? I thought there was. I could be wrong. I've only done a few GoFundMes. Yeah, the facts were not in his favor. Bro cooked himself. It's a little bit of both, but the defense was bad. I'll give you that. I don't know. I would love for, because this is going to be studied by science. I would love for a legal mind, a criminal defense attorney to say, okay, what he or she would have done given the facts that they had in evidence. How would they have done this differently or whatnot? Like a reverse engineered story, because I think that would be interesting. And again, I got mad respect for lawyers. I know that what they do is a yeoman's job that I could not do. So that part right there, I got mad respect for them. I just would love to know a little bit more about how this would apply. How would another defense attorney have handled this differently? Or would they have just tried to look, it's just, they were cooked. All right, let me see. Is Tamara? I'll shoot Tamara. Let me see. Can you bring Tamara on? I'm gonna shoot her an email real quick, even though I need to get moving. But let me see if she wants to hop on real quick. I'm gonna send her. And the only saving grace is I hear my kids upstairs, so I know they're not ready to go yet. All right, I shot her an email as soon as I find out if she wants to hop on real quick. All right, let's see. To use self-defense, you have to claim. I'm sorry, to use a self-defense claim, you have to admit to the act. That's true. The problem is they had enough time to plan. I just feel like that one just doesn't seem like they thought it out well. And maybe it's just the fact that it really wasn't a true claim. Like he really wasn't defending himself. He really did do something wrong. Yes, mock trials are conducted in law school as well as philosophy grads. You must practice thinking like the opponent. Shout out. Thank you so much, Amethyst, for the very kind 5, as well as the insight and wisdom. I appreciate it, love. I was looking through here. I just sent her a message. If she wants to come on, she's welcome to. Absolutely. Is she on live right now? Let me see. I will. Again, only saving grace is my kids are upstairs. All right, let me see if I can send her a message. All right, she's live at this moment. All right. And okay, so I just sent Tamara a message on her actual live stream. So we'll see what if she's able to hop on and talk about it. That would be cool to have her come on. All right, let me send her a message or another message. All right, so she is just getting started. So I'm sending her a message and just ask her, does she want? And she can real quick and give her insight. Or maybe we'll just, we could jump over there and check her out while she's saying hello to people. Let's do that. Let me do that. I'm gonna jump in. I'm just gonna add Tamara Neely. We'll just watch her show. I did send her a message though. I did send her a message, ask her if she want to hop in. But in the meantime, let's just see what she's talking about. And
Okay.
until
Let me give you a mic.
and she's actually interviewing somebody there.
As y'all can see, I have friends who are coming up, so I'm gonna let. Thank you.
How you doing, Sivy?
All right, so it looks
Let
like
me
they're
make
just
sure
getting.
the mic is on. Sorry. Shout out to Sippy, he's the best.
Sippy's amazing.
Hold up, I'm not clicking the right thing.
All right, so she's getting settled in. Let me so I can finish that up. I'm gonna mute that for the time being while they're getting that mic situation settled up. I did send her a message. I respect it would play the man. I like it. I like it. Let's see what they got going on. Let's see what she's saying.
Okay. So here you go. Yeah, go ahead and
Hold it.
okay.
Okay.
And then y'all, can y'all hear us pretty good before we even get started? Let's make sure we can hear you. Y'all can hear us.
Check.
Let me make sure I'll get that from it.
Oh, let me send a message.
Okay, can they hear us?
Hear us? Good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm here with Mark Anthony. You all probably recognize him from a previous live, and also he's been on a couple videos. Him and I were both in the courthouse yesterday from start to finish. We got here at around 3 a.m. in the morning, but she got here even earlier.
Yeah.
And we stood in line, and honestly, I would say yesterday things ran a little bit smoother, even though it was still chaotic standing in line. What would you say about that?
Everything was great until we were governing ourselves great. And then all of a sudden, we had some line cutters and we were worried if we were getting in, and all the time that we spent getting up here, standing around, trying not to get in trouble of where we could stand, because that seemed to change hour to hour. But yeah, but as my co-host here, Kirchhoff, some of us did, like myself, we got here super early and then we were governing ourselves with a list. And then some people came in and said, nope, we're not going to do your list. And then so we had that issue to contend with. But nevertheless, for the luck of God, I guess I got in, and same thing here with this lady and a few others. So that's kind of how it went.
Yeah, definitely. So once we got into the courthouse, the trial started, and we had, there was a lot that happened, but also very little compared to the other days that we were here. The defense interviewed 3 witnesses and
the police officer.
But it was two student witnesses, then the police officer, correct?
Right.
Exactly. So 3 witnesses total, 2 were students, 1 was the police officer. Officer Riley, which you all have already probably seen the police report. I can say his name because it's already out there. And basically, in my opinion, I felt like the witnesses that we heard from yesterday were a lot more stubborn than the previous defense witnesses that we heard from the day before. These witnesses, once new information was presented to them by the prosecutor, they still were not willing to actually acknowledge that they didn't have the full story like they thought they did.
Yeah.
And also, they didn't actually see the stabbing happen.
They
There was very
didn't.
little information coming from them.
there was the timestamp video that really, and the way the position of the student's body was, and if he really did walk up there or even look up that way, and it already had happened, and he hadn't really moved or made a movement toward that tent, as he said he did in his statement.
Exactly. And so we actually saw a video of him during the time of the stabbing, and then the defense played next to his video where the stabbing took place, even though we couldn't actually see the stabbing, but we know that he was stabbed at 10:02. Wasn't it 10:02? Or no, it was 10 a.m., right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever the time was, it had already happened, and that student's head was down on the ground doing his warm-ups like he should have been with his teammates. He thought maybe, or his testimony was, he thought it was a bee, and it got louder. He was kind of asking his teammates what's going on up there. He really didn't know because he had to ask his teammates, and he said he made a movement up towards there, but the video showed next to the tent and his movements and people leaving, and he didn't even make a movement or lift his head towards the tent to see what was actually going on.
Exactly. So then after that happened, we heard from Officer Riley, and then we heard from another student. And this second student, he was very much so.
Well, don't skip over Riley now.
Okay.
I mean, what did you think about? Seriously, what do you think about Riley? I didn't like it.
Okay. Just in my opinion, I didn't feel like he gave, like, I don't have my notes right in front of
Well,
me, so I
yeah.
can't recall every single detail. But just based off of what I can remember, I didn't feel like Officer Riley really gave us too much information. He just basically said that he checked his phone. He checked one of the witnesses' phones to see if the witness had a video of what happened.
Right.
And basically, the witness did not have a video on his phone. He said that he could not, like he researched and he looked in it, and
he didn't. He went through text messages, photos, videos, and Snapchat.
Mhm.
And he looked through some deleted photos.
Picking up that sound, just so you know.
So he went through that, but what I was scratching my head about, okay, so he did as the other side said, so you kind of just did a once through it.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't confiscate the phone to see if anybody could pull up deleted photos that were deleted on this iPhone.
He said that he did check the deleted
Check
photos.
the deleted, but after you delete out of that, you couldn't go any deeper unless you confiscated the phone and had,
Real
an
quick,
iPhone
I'm going to
Genius
stop for
there.
a second. I'm going to pull in something that I think is useful. So our friend JD Miles is coming back again. JD Miles wants to be the MVP of this stream. I think he's trying his best. I'm going to leave the link to this so you all can see it. JD Miles has a copy of the juror instructions. And I'm going to just put it in the chat real quick. And I'm going to kind of go. I'm just going to scan over it very quickly. These are the instructions. How does he have a phone? I don't want you to be in trouble now, brother. All right. So we know that. Let me get myself out of the way. We want him to stay the MVP. We don't want you to get in trouble, brother. All right. We got State versus Carmelo Anthony. All right. We got all those jury instructions. Remember the juror, Carmelo Anthony. The defendant stands charged by indictment with the offense of murder alleged to have been committed on April 2nd, 2025 in Collins County. To this charge, the defendant has pled not guilty. All right. He has pled not guilty. The law requires that I submit the following instructions to you. In this case, these instructions contain all the law necessary to enable you to reach a verdict. If any evidence was presented to raise an issue, the law on this issue must be provided. You are to read these instructions as a whole. The law applicable to this case is as follows. Okay, we got that right there. All right, so this is actually very interesting. I'm not going to read through all of this because I do realize that we've had a long morning already. So what I'm going to do is I did drop that link, and I'll try to add that to the pinned comment or whatever like that. Wait, media was allowed to have, really? I didn't. I thought these people were out here like live stream. Texting after the fact. So he has his phone in there. Gotcha. Okay. I don't think I realized that. Shut out. All right. So we got JD Miles. He's definitely the MVP. He's going to be the stream MVP for sure. Let me see if there's anything else. So here are those instructions. Y'all go definitely read those. A person also commits murder if they intend to cause serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Yeah, I think sticking a blade into a human is going to fall under that category pretty quickly. Yeah, that's going to be hard to fix that one. All right, this is serious. All right, good people. No argument for me. I agree with you. 100%. I agree. Self-defense. Okay. All right. We will see. We will see. I thought they had no devices at all. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. What options? Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can. All right, let me go back up here. Ooh. Evidentiary instructions, concluding instructions. You are charged. Let me see. Let me see if this gives it to me. You are charged, that is, only from the witness stand, and the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate with any other juror anything he may have heard regarding this case from any source other than the witness stand. In deliberating this case, you are not to refer, let me move this out of the way, not to refer to or discuss any matter or issue not in evidence before you. Further, you shall not talk about this case to anyone not on your jury. You are the exclusive judges of this facts provided, of the credibility of the witness, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive and follow the law from the court. After you have retired and consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with the court in writing signed by the foreperson through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, the court, or the court concerning any question you may have. After argument of the counsel, you will retire and select one of the members as a foreperson. It is the duty of the foreperson to preside at the deliberations and to vote with you in arriving to a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous, and after you have arrived at a verdict, you may use one of the forms attached by having your foreperson sign the particular form that confirms your verdict. Okay, there we go. We got the jury instructions, people. We're off to the races. What did you say here? Thank you so much. What does she say here? Thank you, Christelle, with the 5. Sad to see brawls at the Knicks game when the community is talking so big about the Carmelo Anthony trial. There were brawls at the basketball game? Really? Lord have mercy. Folks preach unity, then go back to foolery. Thank you for the 5. I haven't watched basketball in earnest in years. So I didn't know that, man. And this is the finals, isn't it? That's messed up. That's messed all the way up. But okay, I'm gonna leave this link here because I do realize that the Dangerous crew is coming down because they are ready for me to we're going over to grandma's house. But I want to say thank you all to everybody. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm glad that you like it, Tony. Thank you so much. I'm glad you found us. Again, this evening, Fit Lawyer ATL will be doing a stream at 6:00 Eastern Standard Time to discuss this. I don't know. We might actually have a verdict by then, which would be absolutely crazy. I personally don't think it'll be. I'm not going to say betting because I do think that sounds off. I don't think that we'll have a verdict by then, but crazier things have happened. I mean, Crazier things have happened. This trial is one of those. I never thought this trial would be this fast. So if you don't mind, make sure you tip your waiters on the way out the door. Please, please hit the like button if you like it. It does let me know that you appreciate what we're doing. Green hearts in the chat as you're getting out of here, everybody. Thank you so much for rocking with me. I'll see you all this evening over at Fit Lawyer. So everybody, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.